I'm an idiot. I completely forgot to turn on my mic. Alright, it's on now. Because of course that would happen. Come on. Okay. Alright, right there. We've got 1617 till we hit the second pages. Second pages are where hopefully we'll start seeing a little bit better quality in various pastas. Go ahead and give the whole spiel again. So this started on YouTube, and I've been reading CreepyPasta and playing video games on YouTube, and now I'm trying out the Twitch side of things. So I'm not familiar with Twitch, so it's an interesting interface to have to learn. I'm hoping it'll go well. And I should be able to adapt fairly easily. I don't think anything on here is too complicated. I'm just not familiar with the UI at all. So with any luck, we'll be going. So this is number 15 as far as streams go. As far as these creepypasta or readings of horror. I love reading creepypastas. We are 590 items in. We've read 590 as far as YouTube. So, now we're going to continue. There's just a ton of stories. We're on the single pages, so there's going to be a lot of them that just aren't good quality, but we got to make it through. We got to do it, man. And I want to make you all suffer with me. So, I've got tea. I've got music on. It should be audible. Not that the internet side of things is cooperating very much. Oh well. Bitrate is good. It says I'm excellent on my live feed. And I'll start learning stuff. I think it's gonna I think the way it works is it'll walk me through different steps as I deal with it more. So, that'll be a lot of fun. Oh. Neat. If someone pops on here, I might try and get advice from them. Oh well. So let's go ahead and get things started. Dreams things. Right. When you begin to fall asleep, your body stiffens and you forget where you are. The room around you changes strangely and almost imperceptibly. A space within space opens above you where your eyes would be if you were standing up. There are things there with many voices. That place is home. And you know these things far better than you know anything in real life. When you're dreaming, there are people, places, and things that are very familiar. You may be perfectly comfortable around them or simply pay them no mind. They are what you remember about who you are, what you'd forgotten when you were going there. But if you look for all of this, stay aware long enough, there are blank, empty things somehow just alive as the familiar. They are everywhere. Everything, people, places, things, like all else, but strange, empty, and above all else, hostile. Here is a dark shape of a woman railing against your presence. You shouldn't be here. There's a tiny place in the shadows under tree roots, somehow larger than the sky, slowly sucking away the familiar inhabitants of your world, imitating until imitating until they become them. They make you dream days and minutes. They masquerade as ones you thought were familiar and act strange and twisted dream logic to the familiars. How shall I say it? Deterioration? In time, and it may seem like a long time, though only minutes pass in real life, you no longer have any sense of yourself. Once you've found them, come this far, it's too late. You were never one observing this world. You are the creation of the familiar things. They were not simply dream characters. They were every thought and emotion that made the real world what it appeared to be. The empty things are the death of that. The thing is, it never ends. You are always slowly dying in dreams. This is not a made-up story. I have made some conclusions to be more descriptive, but I don't really know what's going on. But if you're falling asleep and feel that you are ancient, familiar things around you, strange, hostile, somehow vaguely sad things, they are simply your, for you are many, true home, the absence of things that die. Okay, I think this one may have actually went above my head. No, this one is not so familiar. It was kind of all over the place with the whole blank thing being the similar theme, and maybe it's just me, but that, I don't know. That was an interesting one. Weird one. I'm not sure what to say about it. I don't think it needs to be expounded on more. I just think maybe this one just actually went over my head. Or I guess it could be nonsense, but I don't think I want to just I don't think I want to grant that just yet if it's something I'm not quite understanding. The idea that, you know, your real life is composed of the opposite of your dreams or something like that is what it seems like. Anyway. The dreams. I see him. Every night in my dreams. He's trying to kill me from the inside. I feel like I'm being eaten alive from the inside by the madness. What madness? I am talking about myself. I am the monster that you check under your bed for. I am the idea that sees but cannot control. Every night before you go to bed, but some part of me still denies giving in to the insanity. When this began, where it began, none of that matters. What does matter is why it began. Do you think beings like me are here naturally? We are here because you fear us. Fear is a source for power. When you fear something enough, you eventually become the monster that you are afraid of. Some would call this an alter ego or split personality. This has haunted my dreams ever since I can remember. I have tried fighting it for years, but needless to say, I have failed miserably. This is contagious, believe it or not. Of course, it all goes by what you believe. The monster within has destroyed my conscience and created a new, morbid one, its only purpose being to tell my tale for others to hear. Once others hear this, that's when they realize there is a form of madness, of fear inside them. Then the next victim eventually emerges, vulnerable to manipulation. And so the cycle shall repeat. Excuse me. Now comes the real test. Do you believe my story? Do you see truth in my tale and see you are just as weak? Or do you only see this as some failed first-timer? Either way, he sees how vulnerable you are now. And so do I. Actually, I think that one. I think this one's like a short, sweet one almost. Like not sweet and like, you know, endings or anything. It's just, it's a very simple read. Using actual good grammar, because I know there's a lot that don't, and I'm sure there's many to come. But no, this one's interesting. The idea of you becoming your own monster. That's pretty much what I gathered from that. And that it can just eat away at you. So I like this one. I'd recommend this one to friends. No credits. Wish people had more credits. Alright. Dream World. When you drift off to the land of slumber, sometimes you will encounter a strange phenomenon where your body is locked into a state of strange and somewhat terrifying state of paralysis. This state is known as sleep paralysis. This haunting condition can be inflicted upon an individual by tricking the mind into thinking the body is asleep, namely by lying completely still on their bed for a long period of time. However, the people that experience this phenomenon firsthand report strange, horrifying hallucinations. These can vary from unusual sounds to witnessing a creature crawl up onto the subject's bed. Scientists dismiss the symptoms as distorted signals coming from the subject's moderately elusive brain. However, these statements are wrong. The truth is that the beings of the night are just waiting for their prey to sleep. During sleep, their victim is unaware of the creatures that surround them. However, these beings cannot distinguish the difference between sleep and sleep paralysis. So the next time you go to sleep and experience a lucid dream, wake up immediately. For the creatures of the night are slowly feasting on your imagination. Sweet dreams. And then it's insert name here, so you're supposed to be like telling this to someone, or you'd send this to someone with their name attached or something like that. The idea that you would throw in or you could just put in a random name and they're like, oh my god, are they talking about me? If you could manage a last name and it match up, that'd be great. That's where it'd be freaky. So I guess this would be coming from the perspective of one of those paralysis demons. Just kind of saying the quiet part out loud, coincidentally. And since the only credit we can see, I guess it's by Dr. Edward. That's the credit we're giving it until we know better. Wait, this is another one? Similar in nature, okay, whatever. Two in a row with an insert name, Sweet Dreams insert name here. Okay, I guess that works. Drifter in Black. I was lying on a couch in the living room after a long day playing outside with my best friend, and I must have fallen asleep while watching TV with my parents. I was only about 14 at the time. As I woke up, I looked around. My head was facing the left, which was the entrance to the kitchen. I tried to get up and get something to drink, figuring I wasn't going to be able to get back to sleep after so much rest, when I realized I couldn't move my legs. I freaked out. I started to panic right away. I tried as hard as I could to move my arms to pick myself up, but none of my extremities were responding. As I was forced to lay here and stare at the pitch blackness of my kitchen, something formed in the back of it. It was like it formed out of the particles of the darkness, pulling up in front of me. It was a tall figure, about 6.5 feet of black death, when it seemed to have a cloak over it, or like it was radiating an aura of darkness around it. I was terrified. It started to drift towards me, not moving its legs as it came closer, not disturbing the dog, not making a sound. As soon as it reached the doorway to the kitchen, it rushed at me, making the ungodly loud screech, like I had murdered its family and it finally had a chance at revenge or something. When it reached the side of the couch, I regained movement in my limbs, swinging my arms at it to defend myself. I didn't scream. It didn't occur to me at the time to do so. I freaked the fuck out, broke out of a cold sweat, grabbed my Pepsi, and hid in my room. To this day, I've never experienced sleep paralysis again. And if I do, I'll dread he'll be there. Closer this time. I dread to think what'll happen if I can't move in time. I dread to think of what he'll do to you if he finds out you know about him. Sweet dreams, chat. I guess that kind of takes it out of you when you say chat. I don't know. But, nah, it's a very simplistic one. I've had some sleep paralysis a couple times, but I never saw any figures. I was just, like, not able to move. I couldn't bring myself to move, just, like, in fear. I don't remember anything specific as far as, like, how many times. I want to think it may be 2 or 3. I don't know if that makes me more fortunate, because I hear some people have it all the time. So, I know I've had an interesting, the one I can remember, is I wake up, quote unquote wake up, and I hear a loud crash. In my room, I basically got almost similar to like a cot on the floor, where I just laid out my, comforter, and then I have a blanket on top of me, and I'm facing my wall where I also have a chair where I put my blankets underneath it. So I'm just in there, and I hear that loud crash. It sounded like something hit the ground hard, and it was in the front yard or whatever. I don't know. And there was I can't remember what the light was in my room. It was similar to a nightlight, but it wasn't a nightlight. It was something else. But it was providing it was probably the equivalent of a nightlight. I think I had like one of those fancy lights or whatever. You know, you turn it on because it looks cool. And I don't think it ever occurred to me to turn it off. Well, so I'm just sitting in there, and then for whatever reason, I can't not move off my side. My arm's falling asleep. And I just get super paranoid almost immediately. So I think about, oh, should I turn around? Should I get... Well, part of me really wanted to. I eventually, after a long time, I don't even know how long. It felt like an eternity. But after a long enough time, I finally did get the courage to move, I guess. But things felt different at that point. And then I woke up in the morning and tried to look around, and was like, I don't see anything wrong. My guess is what I heard, because since then I've heard similar sounds, and something probably fell, like a dog went by it and it fell or whatever, or just the house settling, something like that. Settling and then something going off balance and falling to the ground. But yeah, it was a hell of an experience. Because I did feel watched the whole time until I finally was actually awake. I don't know what time. I think it was only like 12:30. I think I went to bed early. I don't remember. It wasn't like it was 3 o'clock or anything. Anyway. Drip in the dark. Drip, drip, drip was all that could be heard through the house, and was driving the man into a state of insomnia. He kept twisting and turning in his bed, doing all he could to drive out the irritating noise. The man eventually got infuriated by the noise, and he left the warm embrace of his bed into the freezing night. He walked across the pitch-black house accompanied by the steady pitter-patter of his slippers. Whilst walking to inspect the nuisance of a tap, as he felt as if someone or... Whilst walking to inspect the nuisance of a tap, he felt as if someone or perhaps something was watching his movements in the night. He reached his bathroom, which was repetitive. He reached his bathroom, which the repetitive dripping sound was coming from, and switched the light on, which only gave a small pop sound and barely a spark of light. The man groaned at the broken light bulb and continued to the sink where the dripping had strangely stopped. Confused and aggravated, he pulled his head back from the sink, and just before he left, the dripping started again, and was followed by a low growl from behind. This is why you wait for the morning. This is why you do it in the daytime, I guess. Not today. Person who's, going crazy. Was driving you insane with the drip, drip, drip. And it's like, couldn't have done something. Put a fucking... You can put like a small hand towel down. I've had to do that before. Before I tighten up something. That just kept dripping. Yeah, that one was okay. The part where I got confused because of the, where's that? Whilst walking to inspect the nuisance of a tap that he felt as if someone or more something was that kind of really hurts it. A quick rewrite of that and it'd be a little better. That's a hard one to get by. Otherwise. Oh, okay. Neat. Dripping. A couple was sitting in a movie theater watching a scary movie, and the female of the group wasn't having a good time. She'd obviously been bored out of her mind. It'd been a late showing, so there was particularly no one there. There was practically no one there, and the room was dead silent except for the screening. Ooh, excuse me. About an hour into the show, she felt a drop on her hand. Ignoring it, she quickly shakes off the feeling and continues to watch the movie, trying to enjoy it. Another drop lands on her hand, and, furious now, she hits her boyfriend, thinking he'd purposely been messing with her, be it spitting or throwing water on her. He doesn't move. She pushes him harder this time, throwing in obscenities, and, to her horror, a red line that she hadn't noticed until now starts to seep, and then his head falls off. Horrified, she lets out a silent scream, and then, when she feels the drip again, looking at her hand, she makes out the color of the liquid. Red. Nervously, she looks up and is shocked to find a body hanging directly above her. Its neck tied within a noose, and the stomach torn open. Okay. You know what? This one's actually this is one that is leaving a little more to the imagination, I think. Like, you have everything going on, but trying to piece together what's actually going through her mind is a little different. The scenery is kind of weird. And let's see. And then his head falls off. That one's kind of got me. And then who's the body hanging directly above? Is it? It says a couple. It says a couple was sitting in the movie. They were watching a scary movie, and the female of the group wasn't having a good time. So, was there a couple people or a few people? This makes a difference. Like, you can't say a couple, because a couple is two. When you couple things together, you're coupling two things together. That makes it confusing. Stop being confusing. So now, I guess there has to be a third person. So I don't know, man. Fucking. Anyway, otherwise, I think it's a good one. Just a quick scenery change, and everything's just gone. All right. And I assume credit to Creepy Storyteller. The best I can credit to. Hold on. Okay, so that should be everything. Alright. Oh hey, Video Game Dust Sleeves. They have followed me. Thank you for the following. I very much appreciate that. Where is my... Nice. What is going on with this? I don't know why, but online my connection to Twitch is just all blotchy. But as far as I know, my feed is fine. That's weird. I'm gonna continue anyway. That doesn't feel like it fits. Sure. No problem, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just trying Twitch out versus YouTube and trying to see how things match up. I figured, you know, at some point, if I go through all 8,824 of these stories at some point, maybe I'll grow a little bit of a following between this and playing video games. Alright. Driven to You. November 17th, 2010. Hi, my name is Quinn Black. I live in Seattle. Washington. I think this journal idea is pretty stupid, but my therapist doesn't think so, so I have to write in this thing. Why the hell do I have to do this? But she thinks it'll be good to write down what I do. Well, since we're reading this, I suppose I should tell you why I have to go to a therapist. Well, it all started a week ago. On my way to school, I saw a weird gray creature watching me from the trees by my house, but I brushed it off as being a tired hallucination, so I continued on my way to school. The day went normally until chemistry. That's when I saw the gray thing again, right outside the classroom window. As soon as I saw it, I fell backwards into the table where I was working with my lab partner, whose name I won't mention for privacy issues, and spilled a small amount of chemical we were working with on him. The teacher and other students didn't see it happen, and they thought I had gotten mad and thrown it on him, so they sent me to the office, and from there, I was sent home until my friend was rushed to the hospital. I'm getting pretty tired, so I'll write another entry after my session. This needs updates. this was meant to be a continuation. I must have got this fairly early. Well, no, it says November 17th, 2010. What? The only issue I have with this, aside from a little bit of run-on there, we need more. We just flat need that. This was supposed to be expounded on, is what it looks like, with multiple entries. That's what this is set up for. Like the journal entry format is often used really well, and the only issue with this one is it hasn't continued. So I don't know. I assume there's probably more, and I don't know when this was probably set up. So Quinn Black is the only person we know has a name that they're referring to themselves, so could we give credit to Quinn Black, perhaps? I can only make assumptions, right? But otherwise, it's like having a cliffhanger. Or I'm getting pretty tired. Does that imply there's something with that chemical? Was it on him as well, or is there something with the Great Beast? Did it get him? I guess on the flip side, it leaves a lot to the imagination, where you can kind of insert whatever you think might be going on. Dullahan. The Headless Horseman is a folklore character dating back to the Middle Ages. He's very well known from Washington Irving's 1820 The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, or from Tim Burton's 1999 Sleepy Hollow. He was originally a decapitated ghost roaming the countryside on his horse. However, his original incarnation was much more disturbing. In Celtic folklore, Dullahan is a headless spirit riding a black horse, holding his constantly rotting head under his arm. His horse wagon's wheels are made of thigh bones, and his whip made from a human spine, which he uses to slash the eyes of his victims. You cannot keep out the Dullahan with locks or gates. They open upon his arrival. What does keep Dullahan away, however, is gold, no matter how much. The only time he stops riding is when he is near a person due to die. He calls out their name, and they instantly die. However, do not watch Dullahan ride. If you watch him while he collects souls, he throws a bucket of blood on you. A sign that you are to die next. I keep swapping things around in a way that still makes sense. Is that like a very minor form of dyslexia? I'm getting a primary care physician soon, so I guess these are things I can find out that I've never been tested for. But I notice I keep doing that. I noticed that the last couple of CreepyPasta streams are reading some horror streams. So, yeah, I might need to look into that. Also, I need to look into why all my shit's not working properly. It should be. That's an interface issue. It might be my computer, damn. Alright. 50 minutes. I got plenty of time. Yeah, Headless Horseman is always an interesting one, but that... I don't know. The idea of the Celtic side of things. You know what? That's actually interesting. Go back to that, actually. The different interpretations of the same stories from different backgrounds. Like, we're used to the Headless Horseman being what it is, and the idea being that they're searching for the head, but this one already has it. And is basically the Angel of Death, for lack of a better term. Why gold, though? I'm not sure. Leprakins. I don't know. The dungeon. I wondered if I would ever see daylight again. Stuck. Is this the end? I noticed my cell block was left unlocked, so I wandered off. I heard soul-piercing screaming as I roamed through the halls, determined to get out. I heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Probably some troops running out on their own deaths. To their own deaths. They won't stand a chance, though. I wonder where he is, and exactly who he is. He slaughtered thousands of fellow citizens of the kingdom, yet still is destined to save the princess. Is he good or bad? I ran out into the main hall. Cells lined up in a straight line, full of captives. Then I came across the room. The brute of a person, whipping a poor man. Shivering, the man looked at the walls. They were lined up with people that were hung. They were covered in dry blood. Some had their eyes clawed out by this terrible creature. But among the shadows, I saw a morgue. In a prison? Yes. Dead. All innocent. Covered in dry blood, with mangled faces, both legs and hands cut off to disable their ability to run or break out. Everything became blurry as I puked on the floor. Why? And then heard him approaching. I'm saved. I saved my thank yous and smiled. Though under that smile there was a memory that would haunt him forever. As soon as we stopped, I deemed I had no purpose left in me. What looks like a simple brick held something creepy and devious. It is my greatest trauma. As I looked down the steep cliff, I remember the memories. Why am I doing this to myself? So I jumped. Goodbye, world, I said, because this is the last you'll see of Yoshi. I can't say that was a very good one, but that was a fun ride. Like, as a whole, I wouldn't say this is a very good creepypasta. A lot of video game creepypastas don't work too well. But I have to say, this one was a ride. If it wasn't for the fact that I was actively able to look around and see what was going on, I wouldn't have seen it.
I think this is the birthday cake one.
Sorry, I've been handed a macaroon. Apparently it's birthday cake flavored. Speaking of which, it was actually my Whiffman's birthday yesterday, and we were celebrating it the whole weekend. Ugh, it's crumbly. Let me just take care of this. Alright, so basically after you get past like the binge round and Sonic.exe creepypastas, they start to get very samey when you get into like cursed video games. This is actually refreshing because this is like an in-world concept of that video game rather than, you know, being affected by a video game. I think that's where these things really come in as far as being something incredibly interesting. I always love the idea of being able to create a story that's in-game. Like, if you were to be playing the game and this is how things went through, then yeah. Because otherwise it kind of seems like a damn Elder Scrolls beginning, but with Yoshi. I'm trying to remember. I'm not as fond of the Mario games. I'm on the side of like Zelda, Star Fox, and Metroid, so I don't really give as much of a fuck for Mario. So I tend to know a little bit less, if you will. I'm trying to remember, you know, these cells lined up in a straight line. I don't remember. I don't remember anything about that. You know what? It sounds like they're bringing out the issue of all these blocks and stuff were, you know, people of the world. So maybe that's the angle it's coming at. I don't know. That was a good macaroon. Alright. Wait, was there a credit? There was not. Keep in mind, I copied and pasted these between 2013 apparently and 2014. So there's a lot in between that just never got too far. Alright. I like to think that there's better ones now. Han!
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was delicious. You didn't have to do that.
I told you I was gonna share.
I know. I can't read this. Maybe we should throw it through a translator. Where's my... There it is. Okay. Let me just see if I can just copy and paste this. I need to know what this means. Translate, please. Oh, okay, okay. This is from Portuguese. This is Portuguese. Oh, I guess that's what the PTBR is. Alright, alright, I can do this, I can do this. Alright, I'll just read it from the other side. Okay. So, if that's the beginning, I guess it's... Sleep well. Sleep well, my child. Well, the night has come, and along with her, the gifts of a new beginning. Happiness is here, and insanity too. So come with me, because we will go further, beyond understanding, in addition to the below. Come, my child. Come with me. Come. Come kill. And die. To kill. And die. Okay, that's not one I expected to come across like that, but, I guess this is effectively a poem, right? It's like, I don't know where this is going. I feel like there's some cultural context that I just don't understand. And then there's this picture added by Tiamat234. And, I don't know. Tiamat, I don't think this one did as well as you may have hoped. I'm assuming you're even the writer. For what it's worth. It's interesting as a poem, I just don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. I'll just go ahead and say it's probably good. I just don't understand. I'm sorry. Dust devils. Whether it's in the sand, some dirt, or gravel, dust devils can form. Dust devils occur when the wind curls in a way that create a tiny and wide funnel which leads to somewhere. Some only last half a second, some last days. When you were a kid, you were amazed at this and wanted to play in it. It is said that the devil himself is the dust devil you see. The devil can multiply endlessly. If you stand in the middle of a dust devil, close your eyes, clear your mind, and say, "I want to play." You will twitch, and the dust devil will disappear. What happened? You just gave your soul to the dust devil. You just gave your soul to the devil. You're smart enough not to say those words, right? But still, you stepped in the dust devil. He will now play with you for the rest of your mortal life. Yeah, you know, I think, I remember my dad telling me that, in the Middle West, that, I think in Nebraska, I think they have them, he said they called them whirligigs. You know, and since it wasn't as dry, you know, it would pick up grass instead, you know, and they would try and play in that. So they didn't get the dust devils, they got grass and weed or whatever was getting picked up. I think my dad was telling me that, or maybe we saw some on TV, I forget. But it seemed kind of fun. I can't say I'd be opposed to trying to run into one. It's like, as long as it doesn't pick me up and throw me around, I mean, it's kind of where the issue is. Oh shit, we're almost in the E's. We're almost in Echo territory. Alright. We went into, characters, numbers, Alpha, Beta, Charlie, Delta, and we're almost in Echo. Awesome. Oh, hey, this is something to do with Terraria, I guess. Oh, okay. Quick overlay tells me what this is, Okay, let's go, let's just go for it. Dustin, the guide. My friend and I had begun playing Terraria and were immediately addicted. We played from 6 in the morning till 3 in the morning. No, 6 in the evening till 3 in the morning. With all of this gameplay, we managed to build a large house and create decent characters. But as we continued, we began to get annoyed by our guide. His name was Dustin. He was fine, but we thought it would be funny to imprison him. So we dug deep underground and made a glass cell. Cat. Chow. Are you proud of it?
Is she chirping again?
She's proud of her thing.
Chow.
We have 6 cats, people.
Yeah, and Zhao loves to... We have, like, little things, like little sticks in the house that we accidentally drag in from the outside, and if you hear them, it's because mainly Zhao will pick one up. She thinks she's killed something, and she's yelling because she's proud she brought it and killed it in the house. She usually drops it in front of me and is like, "Are you proud of me, Mom?" And it's like, yeah, I'm proud.
Anyway. Okay, I think the cat's calmed down. You're doing great, honey.
Yeah, keep that finger up. She might come to you.
Alright. We removed his table and chair, and we managed to get him to fall down a hole. We sealed it off and wrote a sign beside it. Dustin's cell. After that, we went on an adventure. We mined deep underground, found statues and chests as usual. When we came back up, I thought I would go and check on our guide. I jumped down the long mine shaft and it got darker and darker, and I eventually reached his cell. It was empty. I wasn't scared, I thought he just spawned back at the house. I teleported back to find my friend working on the house. Dustin wasn't there. I told my friend to come with me and find him in his cell. He was nowhere to be found. We came back to the house and found Dustin on the bottom floor of our house. Wait. No, that's right. I went over to talk to him and he said, "Do you know where to find any deathweed?" "Oh, no reason, just wondering." Is he plotting his revenge? Dustin didn't creep us out up to that point. We just played along with the whole thing. But I had a feeling in the back of my head that something was very wrong. Things went normal for a while until one day I had gone out and got some wood. I accidentally fell down the mine shaft. Once I hit the bottom, I found Dustin staring into his cell, his face illuminated by torchlight. He turned around and looked at me. You could see the lust for vengeance in his pixelated eyes. Can you? At this point, I freaked out. I didn't bother to use my mirror. I flew as fast as I could to the top of the shaft. He was in the house. It was getting tense. My friend built a new prison. One no one could ever escape from. After he was locked away, never to be seen from the light of day again. But thought it would be in our best interest to destroy his old prison. Erasing... Shit. We thought it would be in our best interest to destroy his old prison, erasing this nightmare so we could get back to our normal lives as miners. Once down there, we quickly dismembered his old cell. We came back up. Dustin had escaped. He was outside of the house, just beside the door. My friend and I had now decided to resort to the extreme. We were going to kill Dustin. I scaled my ladder to the chest in my room, and got the guide voodoo doll. The moment I had it in my inventory, my character burst into bloody pieces, and the caption to the bottom left-hand corner read, "Ezelwood has drowned." How you say it? Okay. So that's a thing, I guess. Yeah, Ezelwood is that's another fucking... It's a trope thing, and that's what takes me out of it. I don't like that. So that's what sucks. When they use those tropes, and like, you didn't need to say that. Like, there was something much better, because that's back to a Ben drowned. I can't wait to get to that one, by the way. But that one's like several pages. Only because it's also got links to the videos, and I might watch the videos on stream. I think they're kind of meant to be. Alright, where's my cursor? There it is. No, not yet. Dusty corners. My friend liked to keep things clean in her house, but as a single parent with 6 kids to look after, she sometimes couldn't get around to everything as often as she would have liked. Her bathroom in particular had poor lighting, so it had taken her a while to notice how dusty it had become in places.
Let me smash.
Let me smash!
No, I just saw an ad, and I'm just like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I came across the Lemmy Smash.
could help you, man.
It's
Just saying.
I accidentally put it in, and now it's a thing. So I'm keeping it. It's mine.
Okay.
I love you. Oh, no wonder. Shuffle off and repeat is up. Why does it keep turning off? It should be on. I might need to reset a default or something. Anyway. When she went to straighten it up, she discovered an unwelcome inhabitant living in the underside of her toilet tank. A female black widow spider. She immediately killed it. There was also an egg sac nearby, and she destroyed. She then went over the rest of the bathroom in a systematic fashion, discovering 3 more egg sacs identical to the first in a disused corner of the closet. The egg sacs weren't dusty, though. They were all empty. By Shinigami Eyes, I believe. Shinigami Eyes, I believe, is one of the writers that you see a lot for a lot of good pastas. So this one, I think, is done really well. It leaves a lot to the imagination after the fact. The idea that you might come back and just be riddled with Black Widow spiders is a terrifying thought, because even though I think most people will be fine from a single bite, you might get sick for a few days, but I think you'll be fine now. I don't think they're as potent to us as they used to be. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. You know, fact check me if you need to. But I want to think that the idea of... Just imagine them going everywhere. You killed one whole sack. All the others are everywhere. So, maybe not everything is dust. Maybe there's more to it, and you have no idea. And this is actually something that could commonly happen. See, that's the hard part there, is it's not unheard of. It's a thing. Alright. Now we're officially in Echo. Each night, Father fills me with dread. When he sits at the foot of my bed, I'd not mind that he speaks in gibbers and squeaks, but for 17 years, he's been dead. Edward Jory. Okay, that's an interesting one. I mean, it's not something unheard of, concept-wise, but short, sweet, to the point. My dad be dead. Oh, shut the hell up. I mean, I don't know. And the picture was added by Bug Out Productions, so they probably uploaded this story and then credited the actual person, if I had to guess. I don't know why I don't have all the credits to these stories. I think a lot of them were anonymous, but I really don't know. You don't need to connect. You don't need to keep connecting. Why do you keep losing connection to Twitch? Is there some kind of fucking... Am I using a bunch of CPU power or something? Where's my... I'm barely using a gig RAM. So... I'm using 12% of my CPU. So what is the dealio, man? I mean, yeah, it's definitely using all my shit, but fuck, dude. Alright, why is the game corner there? Can I close that? Whatever. I don't know what the deal is. YouTube, I don't have any problems with. This one, I'm having problems, but it's only looking at the stream on the online. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. All right. Oh. Earwigs. In February 2002, several reports of unusual murders surfaced. Each report included detailed descriptions of each body. Each murder was connected in one way. All the victims' bodies had been found in areas where they were small, dark, and humid. One victim was found in a condemned public restroom, lying sideways on the mossy tile floor. Another had been folded into a seemingly impossible position and stuffed under a kitchen sink of a small rural house in Arizona. Excuse me. Each of the bodies' heads had been stripped of the flesh and burned. Police were unable to identify them. However, on examination, they found that each victim appeared to have no other wounds or scars besides the head, except for the stomach. The stomach on all the victims had been ripped open and drained. It showed signs of bursting. None of these, however, was as strange as the seventh reported murder like this. The seventh victim was found lying on her back in the dark, muddy corner in Minnesota at 3:14 a.m. The seventh body's head was only slightly charred, leaving hair and some skin attached to the skull. The body's stomach was open, allowing thousands of tiny insects to crawl out. The esophagus was torn in several places. In the victim's hand was a spoon. The insects were reportedly earwigs and cockroaches. These murders have been, after further examination of the bodies, been reported suicides. Interesting. Shroom Boy 800. Interesting. So, what would cause something like that, and why is the spoon? Why is it the spoon? Is there like a gas that's being expelled that will heat up as it rises up your sinus system? That's kind of the only thing I'm thinking. You know, if it gets into your sinuses and starts, you know, getting hot and making it flammable, is that a thing? Can that happen? I mean, we found weirder things on the YouTube side, so I don't know. God damn, I might need to actually make some fucking coffee. Holy shiza. And my sinuses are draining. God damn it. This always fucking happens during stream. This is bullshit. That's why I need to try and see if I can start doing morning streams. If I didn't have so much shit to do. Alright. eBay TV. Ever buy something from eBay? Was it just a piece of crap that didn't work? If that's the case, you know exactly how I feel. Here's the story. When I bought a TV off eBay for $50 in early 2011, a lot of new types of TVs were available. 3D TVs, plasmas, and flat screens. But I only have a flat old TV. I really wanted a new one, and all I currently had was about $500. I'd visit eBay to see if I could find a nice TV for the amount of money I had. I found one at the price of $150, but another and another at 100, but the best of all was $49.99. It was a flat but super HD. It was flat but super HD. I decided to buy it. It had been about 2 weeks and my brand new TV had arrived. I was excited. And I looked and I lightly shook the box to make sure it was all in one piece. The TV was stored in a box that said open top. I took a pair of scissors to cut the tape open to open the box. The TV was in mint condition, so was the box. The strangest part about the TV was that I only needed one wire. I ignored that fact and plugged it in. I checked to see how many channels there were, and there was just one. Can you believe that? One channel? The channel was just scribble scrabble and said 12 a.m. That was a weird sign on the TV. I actually stayed up till 12 a.m. to see if it worked. I did. There was very terrible sync for the TV, but it was playing. It looked as if there was only one video programmed inside the TV. The video showed a house fire, then cut to firemen putting out the fire. All that was left all that was left in the fire was a girl just standing there. It zooms up to her face, and then the TV just fades back out and back to scribble scrabble. The video ended at the first second of 12:15 p.m. I went to the seller's profile, but it didn't work out. The page had been 404'd, like the profile was never made. The seller's username was a blank spot. He only had one item for people to purchase, and it was the TV. To this day, the TV is in the basement of the buyer, and it's still there, waiting for its next viewer. Alright, so aside from me fucking it up royally, subpar. I mean, I like the idea of it being subtle. I appreciate subtlety. Whew. If I wasn't fucking yawning, I'd be a little more invested. But yeah, I think I've already heard a couple of these like that. You get a thing, something's not right, you try to get to the initial seller, you can't. It's almost like they never existed, and for whatever reason, you can't get rid of this thing anymore. So now you just kind of have to put it somewhere until you can either get rid of it or forget about it. Be that as it may. Alright, I gotta make it. No, make some actual coffee. Oh yeah, that was by Shinigami Eyes. The echo in the void. It's here, just at the veil of sleep. The dull sensation of falling or spinning that you feel, of falling or spinning just before you fall asleep. The next time you go to bed, try to hold yourself there. Just as you drift off, hold on to that feeling. Hold on and listen. Listen close, for you cannot hold onto the edge of the sleep for long. There, in the space before sleep, is a sound, a gentle hum, a distant echo, like a sigh in a brick building. Listen well, and remember the sound. That is the sound of your last breath. I can only guess by Cheese Lord. Okay, so I kind of like this one. Let me explain. So, like, I've had that weird spinning feeling when I try to sleep before, where it's not like spinning in circles, but it's like it's kind of like twisting and twisting back, and it's like I'm teetering constantly. Like my whole perspective is teetering at the edge of perspective, I guess is the best way I can explain it. Like if this was tilting like almost 80 degrees and then it goes back. Maybe 75. And then just kind of soft, and then it does that softly and just, you know, whatever. And I've had that happen. It gets real lucid at that point, and I'm just kind of like, I start getting dizzy or whatever, and I have to kind of like move myself a little bit to get rid of that feeling. God damn it. Edgar Allan Auditor. Every story is based on something. Take a look at Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed is based on Edgar Allan Poe's work. It's about the Templars, who are an evil organization who wants to kill or control anyone in their way. And they are fighting the Assassins, another Illuminati-style organization, except that the Assassins are the good guys. Now, you're probably wondering, what are those articles linked? Those articles linked have to do with this. Lucky for you, I can explain. The Cask of Amontillado. One of the characters is a Freemason. And the Pit and the Pendulum, the protagonist mentions that the torture devices were employed by monks. Now, what does this have to do with anything? Just compare the Freemasons logo with the assassin logo, and now find some actual historic facts about the Knights Templar. They were monks. Well, you know what? I think I have some skepticism. I want to see the Freemason logo for myself, and then make a comparison. Is that what it actually is? Not really. Alextier? Maybe it's because these are super tiny. But I thought this would be the actual comparison. But it's not. It's not really. Like, I'm not even seeing like a branch that makes it look like, okay, I get it. The shape, it gives you that A look, but that's not really. I mean, here's what I'm talking about. That's the Freemason lodge. You know, the Freemasons and the Shriners Hospital and stuff. That's what this is. It doesn't look like the Assassin's Creed logo, really. And I don't think it's an uncommon shape. I get it because of the little swoosh down here and the arc on top. But nah. Nah, I'm not seeing it. Not under these circumstances, anyway. Oh, god damn it. Did I do the credit? LXTR? The Edge. Edge. Forget about love, hope, and happiness. Forget about emotion at all. It might help you a bit throughout this story. Have you ever heard of the Edge? Yes, you have. Everyone has. Millions have experienced it, but only few on Earth know what it's like. It's a terrible thing. You don't understand what's going on, and you experience emotion beyond possible. And you begin to feel sick. It's always a dream, though. Always when you awaken, you stand before two doors. You do not remember seeing these doors when you fall asleep. You walk forward towards the brighter-looking door, but you might get shoved into the opposite door. Nobody knows what's behind the other door. On Earth, that is. Scientists have researched and researched to find out exactly what this is and how it works. It never really succeeded. No one you ask knows what it is. Have you heard of the Edge? No, I'm sure you haven't. This metaphorical expression has only been used by me. The Edge is also called death. Whatever you want to call it is fine. Now read this again. Forget about love, hope, and happiness. Forget about emotion at all. It might help you a bit through the story. Let me smash! Gonna start getting let me smash in the chat. That's what needs to happen now. That's what I want to get the start on. What started as a joke because I fucked up is now a thing that I want to make a thing. Alright. Have you ever heard of the Death? Yes, you have. Everyone has. Millions have experienced it, but only few on Earth know what it's like. It's a terrible thing. You don't understand what's going on, and you experience emotion beyond possible. You begin to feel sick. It's always a dream, though. Always. When you awaken, you stand before two doors. But you do not remember seeing these doors when you fall asleep. You walk forward towards the brighter-looking door, but you might get shoved into the opposite door. Nobody knows what's beyond either door. On Earth, that is. Scientists have researched and researched to find out exactly what this is and how it works. It has never really succeeded. No one you ask knows what it is. Have you heard of death? No, I'm sure you haven't. It's a metaphorical expression. Okay. The Edge of Death. This kind of like enters into like some Alice in Borderlands area to me. That's what this reads of. At least it gives me those vibes anyway. So, I don't know. Oh, this one's lengthy. Egghead. Hank had been drinking on his front porch all night. When the thing crept out of the woods, at first he thought it was a weird-looking deer. The animal being distorted by his bad eyesight and the state of being drunk. He had never seen a deer with such a big head and walking around on two legs, so he went back to drinking, watching the thing pace the tree line. It wasn't until the thing started jumping at something in the trees that Hank thought it maybe he was seeing something other than a deer. His buddy Jeb had said he's seen aliens a few mornings back when he was out hunting. Jeb had described the little guys as small and green. The thing was neither small or green. From where Hank sat, it looked like it was half the size of some of the shorter trees. Also, this thing looked white. If this was an alien, Hank was going to kill it and get tons of cash for his find. With gun in hand, Hank started walking the field from his house to the tree line. As he got closer, he could see this really was no deer. It was no deer he had ever seen. It was still jumping, eating bats or birds coming out of the trees. Each jump, it would open its mouth and span the length of its massive egg-shaped head. The head sat atop a massively, impossibly thin neck. It had no front legs or arms, just 2 legs. It stood upright. Hank stopped when the thing was 50 feet from him. He didn't want to alert it in any way, so he raised his rifle and slowly pulled the bolt back. The cold metal making the slightest sound. It was hidden by the thumps of the creature's landing. Lining up the shot, he fired. In Hank's drunken state, the bullet found home in the tree about 10 feet from the thing. The egg-headed creature knew he was there now. It slowly turned its eyeless head towards him and started its awkward stride in his direction. The thing walked like a large bird, but Hank wasn't going to take the time to study it. Quickly he loaded another shell and shot from the hip, the bullet whizzing into the forest. The egg-headed creature opened its mouth and broke into an awkward jog. The ground shook under Hank's feet and he turned towards the house, his heart pounding in sync with the feet hitting the ground. He could feel the thick, hot air from the thing's breathing down his neck, the sound of its mouth snapping shut behind him. Suddenly Hank was in the air, and quickly finding himself landing hard on the ground, knocking the wind from his lungs. Before he had a chance to turn over, something grasped his side, turning him on his back. His gun lost in the fall, he could just lay there helplessly. Now that large monster stood over him, looking at him from his eyeless head. Slowly it lifted one of its legs into the air. It put its large frog-like foot down on Hank's chest. Hank, frozen with fear, could only look on, taking in the thing as it was taking him in. The legs about as thick as its neck. It had a pot belly, and its ribs could be made out of an armless upper half. The line of thick hair trailed from its lower jaw right down to the middle of the beast. Other than that, the thing had no other features. No genitals, no texture to its pale white face. Slowly it opened its massive mouth, exposing a blackened mouth. Its long black tongue poked and prodded at his body. Its breath seemed calming and warm, like a hug. It made Hank relax, relieving himself as the egg-headed thing started to rip him apart. So I wonder what this thing actually is. It's not a deer, it has an egg head. If he thought it was a deer, I wonder if there was a way he thought that it had some form of antlers. Like, I don't know. You know, it runs or walks like a chicken. Or a bird. Has an impossibly thin neck and impossibly thin legs that are like frog legs. I'm trying to get that in my head. The whole thing's white. So I'm trying to figure out if I know of any kind of reference that might be from. I don't know. Don't know. Egg sac. I thought it would be a good idea. I thought I could lock myself in. That I could keep them out. I even thought I could wait them out. I'd have fresh water supply. I'd be able to hold out for weeks. It's not like they could break down the door. They're so small. I rolled up a towel and got it nice and wet in the sink, stuffed it at the bottom of the door. I turned on the fan just in case they tried to come around through the vents. It also helped help to drown out my family's screams. I must have fallen asleep. I woke up, now hearing nothing but the fan's steady hum. My mouth was dry. I got a drink from the sink. I realized the water still flowed. Whatever these bugs are, they didn't get too bad. Yet, if things like that still worked. Excuse me. Whatever these bugs were, they didn't get too bad yet. If things like this still worked. I realized that I could hear a knocking sound from somewhere. I tried to find it. It seemed to be coming from the shower wall. Maybe someone was in the other room, trying to see if anyone was around. Maybe my sister. When I ran, they didn't have her. Yet. I opened up the curtain to knock back, and I saw it. Black, sticky, bulbous, an egg sac, and it was cracking open. By Glenn Balzac. Okay. Posted on X by Glenn Balzac. X being the relative thing. Is that Reddit? I don't know. I found it on CreepyPasta Wikia, so yeah. I'm just glad there's actually, you know, a credit to give. I like being able to give things credit. Give credit to things. And peoples. Alright. El Mexicano Prison Prism. A note from the author. First of all, the pasta is in English, not Spanish. Secondly, it is probably my best pasta and I hope you love it. Thirdly, this is the first of a series of 4 stories, and they all go together like a jigsaw. Enjoy your read. Whoa. 18/6, September 2nd, 2002, UTC. I was strolling around the street and I saw a lot of men in orange. Numbers on the chest, name on the back. They were running away from something, and they didn't even want to look back. There were no cars on the road. There was only me and the running orange men on the sidewalk. After I could turn around, a big caged van, tough and fast, came tearing down the street. About 20 men came out, and threw all of the orange men in the caged back. Suddenly, one of the 20 men grabbed me and hurled me in too. Bang! I hit one of the cage bars and lost consciousness. It was black. I didn't dream of anything. I woke up in a prison ground. It was shaped like a prism. I tried to tell the guards I wasn't a criminal and the story of me going down the street, but they couldn't understand me. They were Mexicans and only spoke Spanish. We only had one meal a day, and that was an Oreo. An Oreo, rice, and chili with water. I became extremely skinny, and I didn't know what to do until I found a saw in a hidden hole behind a brick with a note. You'll need this. Escape. Run. I believe sawing the loose concrete at late night. I began sawing the loose concrete at late night where there were no guard, and by 7 a.m. I was out of the prison. I ran as fast as I could until I was lost. I was in a jungle. I climbed a tree to stay away from danger. I then realized something gripped me. It was an orangutan baby. Barely a minute later, I saw hunters who shot all of those poor creatures. I was shot in the leg. I fell and lost consciousness. I woke up. I was being dragged away. This story will continue in the sequel about the jungle. There could have been better foresight as far as like linking these up to the stories. Oh shit. See, that's kind of what sucks. But you know there's more to it, so you don't get to get invested enough that you're right there, and we're not going to hit that for a while. I don't know. I feel like if it's something you can update and add more to, before it becomes an independent story, then just go ahead and add to it. I guess the part where I have an issue is, like, don't make the second one contingent on the first one. Because if you're trying to find it, sometimes you might have an issue. Like right now, unless I go back to the site that I got these from, I might not be able to find shit. I got time. Alright. The Electric Jack Frost. This story includes two boys, David and Josh, who get a camcorder. Paranormal Activities. A Diary by David. June 21st. I got my camcorder, and ever since, strange things have happened. At night, I see a pair of red circles on the walls, like a monster's eyes. August 1st. It's been a while since I wrote, and it's gotten worse. I see electronics levitating. August 4th. This is now totally creepy. Every night the power goes out. August 11th. This is it. I'm going to film this with Josh and get over with it. The footage. David got his camcorder and started rolling. This is how the video went. The power went out at 8 p.m., but somehow the TV flickered on, then off. The shadows were seen, and the tape ends. The two friends were never seen again. The video went to the press, and it became famous, until the fame died down, and the CIA were the only ones who had heard of it. The tape is now gone forever, taking the knowledge of David and Josh with them. This one needs more info. We need more to the story. And it would have been interesting if the person had the resources to actually go ahead and try and make the alleged video that they took of what happened. That would have been interesting. I don't know if it would have been feasible, but it would have been neat. It would have been neat. Alright. Okay, so I think I'm going to go ahead and take a break. So, I'm pretty sure I can just have this stay set up the same way I did it on YouTube, with, of course, a few changes, like Twitch instead of YouTube stuff on it. In any case, I'm gonna get ready to take a break. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat, get something to drink, go to the bathroom, walk around, do whatever it is you do when you take a break from watching something. I'm gonna take about a 10-20 minute break myself, get some coffee, get something to wake my ass up, and we'll continue with more creepypastas. So sit tight, hold on. This is the intermission. Motherfucker. I forgot to... I need to do a checklist thing to make sure that my audio's on, because I feel like I'm a fucking moron again. How far back did I go? Son of a bitch. Yeah, I need to go through a checklist to make sure that I turn my fucking mic back on. God damn it. Alright, where did I stop on beforehand? I think it was that one. Shit. Alright, I'll go back to this one, because I was really interested in talking about this one, so I'll go ahead and read over this and just start from there. God damn it. This is the third time, I think? I can hear you, Brodo. Yeah. Yeah, I keep forgetting the damn mic. When I come back on, it should be the first thing I'm looking at, but I never think about it. I need to put in like a checklist. Lose that damn brain fog I got. I got coffee. I got Death Wish coffee. Because I kept yawning and shit. Can't believe I was going like the past half hour without audio on my part, and then it was silent. It was completely silent because there was nothing happening. I swear to God, if I start getting an increased viewer base, I need people to sit there and remind me, turn on your goddamn mic. Once I figure out Twitch a little better, it's probably gonna be one of the emotes or whatever. Because evidently I need it. Don't make fun of me, honey. Mother...
I can hear you when I'm laying in bed sometimes.
Huh?
I can hear you when I'm laying in bed sometimes. Oh, God damn it. Oh, my God.
Well,
Oh, shit.
well, it can't be as bad as when it went like 2 hours and it was just total silence. And like, if I had like a bunch of people there, like I can only imagine like,
What the hell's going on?
yeah, is everything alright? Is everything alright? It's just silence.
I remember I actually had to cheer you up the next morning because of that one.
I was very disappointed in myself. I just got here. I just brewed a pot of that myself. Also, have you tried their espresso roast? I have not. I have not tried their espresso roast. I've been getting their regular coffee. Standard coffee, I guess? I don't know. I thought about trying one of their other flavors, but I have a bag of the grounds. Of the ground coffee. So I kind of gotta get through that. Okay. Alright, so I'll just, because I already fucked up this one, this one's a multi-part story, and this is already the part itself, so I fucked up. This one was a video camera thing where it would have been more interesting if there was a video to go with it about the footage. So it was hard to get as invested. I seriously thought it was a break time when I got... Okay, I had just gotten back from break at about 2:05, maybe 2 o'clock, or 2 hours in. So it would have been around 10. So no, it wasn't... I had just gotten off break and I forgot to turn my mic on. Or on the mixer. So it was just sitting there in silence while I was reading. Just to myself, of course. Alright, Electric Frost. So yeah, kids go missing? Yeah, kids go missing, and then it goes into a cold case. It would have been interesting to get a video from that one. Elevator was a is a ritual pasta type thing that takes place in a hotel in a abandoned hotel in Africa. Elizabeth Stride, it was basically an internal monologue from Jack the Ripper. Elizabeth Stride was his third victim, and he didn't get to complete it because he almost got caught at that point. Elizabeth, I didn't understand what was going on. The way he writes some of this stuff back in the day, I get very confused very easily. Emails, this was an alright pasta. The emails could have been better, but it was a Slender Man creepypasta. The only issue is I've been too oversaturated with Slender Man creepypasta myself, but this was also back in 2013 in January, so probably not as big of an issue back then if I was to have read it then. Embedded, this is the I couldn't figure out if this was a blindness thing where basically that it's not darkness that you're really afraid, it's what your mind tries to do to you in the darkness. And then at the end I was like, oh wait, are they talking about, like, you know, if you had permanent blindness, you're trapped in a, despite being technically super free, you're actually mentally trapped in a prison because now everything is a labyrinth? Something like that. And then I was just on emergency alert system, so I was gonna go ahead and reread this one before I got to anything else. I knew something was wrong when I wasn't getting any, like, sensible replies. I was like, normally it would have answered by now. I was like, wait a minute. And that's how I knew I was a dumbass. I'm just glad that stream's actually working so far. Alright. Ow. Alright, so I'll go ahead and reread Emergency Alert System, because I think it's a good one. Interesting one, rather. Because I had a lot to say with it. I was like talking about it for like 8 minutes before I realized I had no mic. Alright. Emergency Alert System. When I was about 12, I had an odd fear of the emergency broadcast system. I never really got to the point of this, but one night, it was about to get worse. Around 1 AM, I saw an alert for a storm coming around 2. I was home alone, nobody else was around, and all the lights were out except for the light of the TV. I felt very uncomfortable. I heard the announcer's voice say, "If you're outside, get to shelter fast." After that, the silent alert just stayed on the TV for an awkward 30 seconds. But then it started glitching up. The screen started showing pixels scrambled all over the television, and I saw some disturbing images and videos. The alert had interrupted a show that I just started, so I assumed it was just the signals mixing. What I heard were a bunch of scattered beeps, static rings, all sorts of sounds mixed together. I saw anonymous faces of many expressions. One was happy, one was sad, one was shocked, one was terrified, and another was mad. As this was happening, the lights in the house went insane. They kept turning on and off, and I even recall one of the lights blowing a fuse. All that was in my head at the moment was nothing more than, what the fuck? When the screen went black and restarted the warning. Socks, you scare the shit out of me. God damn it. Then the screen went black and restarted the warning, but nothing wrong happened this time. It ended normally with 2 long beeps and 3 short beeps. 20 minutes later, it issued another warning, but at the end it said something out of the blue. If you are outside, get to shelter fast, and get down to the lowest part of the building, but there is no hope for you. You're next. Then after 3 short beeps, the power went out. I got off the couch and I ran to the basement. When I got to the stairs, I saw 2 gleaming eyes at the bottom, glaring at me. I froze in fear as I felt something cold touch my shoulder. Okay, so I like how it leaves a lot to the imagination in this situation. You have no idea what's going on. I know the picture says, you know, flash flood warning, but it doesn't say anything about that in the actual pasta. It just says a storm. But in any case, what I was going on and on about something is that there is a selection of channels that make fake emergency broadcasts, and they're really interesting. So it's really interesting. So they make these fake broadcasts for entertainment purposes, but they use some of the actual sounds that emergency broadcasts actually use. Well, I was listening to Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamers on one of his videos where, you know, that alert that we got the other day? So that's an example of that. Well, supposedly, let's say your TV's on and that alert sounds, it can make that TV start showing the alert. Like, it'll start blaring the alert like you would back in the day when it would come on as a test. And keep in mind, they have to do that phone alert test. They do that like every 3 years, I think. I think that's about right. So supposedly, if it goes off, some people's TVs, if they were on, probably started putting that EBS out and was doing the test, possibly. I found that incredibly interesting, that some of those videos that people have made can also do that. Even though they're fake, they use the actual sounds. So if you're ever watching those, you definitely want to try and maybe keep some headphones on or something. I don't think it will be an issue, but I wouldn't want to try it. God forbid it start a chain reaction, but the idea of it is that way, if it registers on the TV, it can start spreading the message for as far and as fast as it can go. And just make things easier for making sure people know the emergency that's going on. Anyway. Gotcha. Alright, and this one I was just getting to. Emery. He looked at the headline of the newspaper and smiled to himself. He then read the article for a second time, though. Second time through. The killer Emery strikes again. This past weekend has left the town of Clawson in fear as the dreaded killer coined Emery struck again. Killing a family of 4. The family was killed brutally in the fashion that is known as the killer's trademark, large areas of skin rubbed off by what police think is coarse sandpaper. Similarly to emery boards used for shaping fingernails. The man set down the newspaper, pleased. He then began to carefully cut out the article and tape it gently to a scrapbook. He always kept records of his work, and since it was too difficult and risky to obtain police records, newspaper articles would have to do. The killer Emery was a very careful man. He always made sure never to leave a trace. Always wore gloves, always wore a mask, always killed all witnesses. It was a policy that annoyed Emery the most. Disposing of every living thing in the home. So many innocent lives lost. The canary in the Johnson's house, the beagle in Davis's house. The only one he had let live was the Argyle's cat. It had just looked so peaceful. He couldn't bear to kill it and grind off its soft fur with his signature sandpaper. Emery loved his small town. He grew up, lived, and worked in the small Utah town. Almost everyone in the town attended a weekly church service, and anyone who wasn't there was quickly noticed. Emery hated when people didn't come to church. It was the Lord's Day, and to him, to do anything besides worship was worthy of death. That's how he came up with his plan. Any and all sinners will be punished in the Lord's name on the Lord's day. The Johnsons stole cable. Mr. Davis was sleeping with Mrs. Argyle. The list went on. He had plans for each and every sinner in this town, and he would not stop until each and every sinner was punished. This concept feels familiar, and I don't know what it's from. I feel like it might be partially a trope that I've seen a couple times, where I think some people have done that, like all sinners must die type thing. Of course, I think it's a ridiculous thing myself, because I'm sorry, if your religion makes you kill people, it's not worth it. Like all the religious good people, stay good. But when you get these people that go to this weird extreme, and I wonder what it is about that, and they have pride in that. Poor bastard doesn't know he could have had it better. All right. Wait, did that have a credit? No. All right. Emily. Emily is a brave girl. She could fend for herself and didn't need to be the damsel in distress. She's funny, smart, bubbly, and cheerful. Her smile lit up a room. It was beautiful. As if that even mattered. No matter what she looked like, I would love her anyway. I love Emily. In case you didn't notice. What's not to love about her? Pretty, smart, cheerful. It was all I ever wanted. It's all I would ever want. She has these quirks, too. She said she hated them, but I thought they were cute. Sometimes she'd make this little squeak type of noise when she was surprised. Other times, if she was caught off guard, her eyes would widen and she'd be 10 times more beautiful as before. It was adorable. She looked so innocent like that. She had 2 solid best friends, but she wasn't afraid to make new ones. She was confident but modest. She was always nice to anyone she met. Anyway, Emily is pretty brave during the day, but night is when I realized how vulnerable she actually is. Emily loved reading, just like me, and when it got really late, she'd sometimes sleep into the living room and read a book with only the light from her cell phone. Don't ask me why she did it, it was strange, but the only part I cared about was when she went into the hallway. She'd go into the hallway and it'd be pitch black. Sure, the phone would help a little bit, but not really. At a weird time of the night, I bet so many monsters must run through Emily's head, grabbing her and dragging her away from her family forever. So she runs, all the way down the hall and into her bed. She giggles a little bit when she gets under the bed, probably scolding herself for being so scared. She turns on her iPod and sleeps through the night calmly, probably forgetting ever being scared in the first place. While Emily sleeps peacefully, I stay awake. Emily thinks monsters would attack her in plain sight, but she's wrong. Emily thinks it's her imagination, but she's wrong again. When she falls asleep, I carefully climb over her and lay down beside her. She didn't stir when I turned on my side to stare at her. I wonder, at these times, what would it be like to grow old with Emily? I stare at her for what seems like forever. Then I lean in closer, so close that I can see her whole face in perfect clarity. My God, she's really beautiful. Then I kiss her. She doesn't wake up. She doesn't jump away. All she does is lay limp. I close my eyes, feeling her lips warm mine. For a fleeting moment, I almost feel, well, alive. But it's only for a moment. And when I open my eyes and back away, my heart sinks. I'll never know what it is to sit with Emily in the summer, holding her soft hand. Her scent lingers on my fingertips, but only for a brief second. It never lasts long enough. It never will. I get out of her bed, readjust her covers, and look down at her. She really is beautiful. I will always love Emily, even when she jumps away from my shadow. Even when she pretends not to see me day in and day out. Even when she lies about dreaming of me. Even when she opens her eyes to see me. And even when she screams. Yeah, I think we could tell where that was going, but I think the build-up was really good. The build-up for that story was really good. I think I can thoroughly say that that's pretty impressive. Like, as far as I can see, it's nothing inherently malicious. It is creepy, because don't want to fucking do that to someone. Dead or not, you're still a stalker, so, you know, let's not condone that. God forbid. But no, I think this was a good one. We don't even know if Emily actually knows. Alright. Emotionless. Back in the 08, my sister asked me for a favor. She asked me to find her diary. She said that she had lost it a few days ago in the forest. I was pretty pissed about doing it, but she was my sister. I headed off into the woods a few hours later. The bright sky turned to night once I entered. It was cold, breezy, and pretty scary in the forest. I could hear the noises of the animals searching for food, in desperate need of shelter. I walked around for a few minutes, hoping to get out of here as fast as I could. I saw something white off in the distance. I started heading towards it, and I made out a paper. As I got closer, the words on the paper came into focus. The children tried to run. I had no idea what that meant, but I took the wet paper off of the tree and continued to looking for the diary. It seemed hopeless. I couldn't find anything. The sky started to get darker by the seconds. I was pretty much done. I started to head back in the same direction I came from, but I found a house. It looked kind of like a school. I wanted to try and avoid it, but I felt as if I was being forced into the house. I couldn't stop the urge to explore. As soon as I walked, I noticed something on the floor. It was a bright red liquid. I had to assume it was blood from the smell. I headed down the hallway to find a room. The room had a chair and a piece of paper. This paper read, "Emotionless." I still had no idea of what these pieces of paper meant. I took it and left the house. That's when I saw him. A white face and a black suit. I called out to him. "Sir, are you alright?" The man just stood there. I approached him slowly and carefully. As I got closer, I made out more of his body and face. He had children in front of his suit. 6 children, holding hands. Blood coming from the mouth and eyes. Under the children was small text saying, "They tried to run." I looked at the man's face. It was all white, no mouth or eyes. He looked emotionless. I started running as fast as I could. I didn't know who I was running from or what I was running from. I could hear footsteps behind me. I thought I was being chased. Once I got to a resting point, I stopped. I turned around to make sure the thing wasn't there. I was glad I was safe. I turned back around to keep going forward and make it out of the forest, and he was there, with a knife in front of me, ready to lunge. So it's another Slender Man creepypasta. Okay, you know what? This one's not bad. I would say that there could be some better descriptors. I feel like there needs to be like more to the building, and like a couple more pieces of paper. This is just another. It needs to be expanded on throughout the story, and I think this would be a lot better. Like, it's pretty good as is, I think, as far as having been watered down with Slenderman. By Kickzir, I guess. But no, this one was pretty interesting. I think the only issue with it is the people on the site got kind of tired of like the pastas that were like, oh, and if you're wondering how I end up writing this, well, you know, that kind of thing, like trying to explain how, if they're dead, how did they write this? I know they got tired of that. It's like, well, if you're wondering how I wrote this, just don't look behind you yet. You know, that kind of thing. Ah, shit, my coffee's gone. Some asshole drank it. Motherfucker. Empties. Empties. Beings with no hearts or feelings. These are creatures which are nothing more than husks with no souls. Empties come in many ways, shapes, or forms, all in a disturbing or morbid appearance. And they can be unpredictable in nature. Also, there's no telling what an empty will do. They are known to also manifest inside one's heart or soul of a person, and even artificial objects as well. Empties usually are violent, and because of this, they do it to try and feel an emotion. And the only emotion they can understand is pain, and thus they cause suffering to others to feel fulfilled, to satisfy their lust to cause pain to others. Empties commonly appear with black eyes and red glowing pupils, and dim-colored skin and dim-colored clothes. These creatures are very common to those who have seen certain legends such as Slenderman, the Rake, Blanks, and other strange and disturbing beings. Also keep in mind, not all empties are dim-colored with black eyes and red pupils. Plus, empties have strange and unpredictable powers and abilities they have and might resemble some familiar beings. Be careful. The idea that none of the actual folklore is real and it's just the empties that are just being them, that could be something interesting. I feel like this is the beginning of like a movie where that's the plot. Like the ending, the weird subjectivity of a situation like that. Yeah. Alright, oh, you know what? That puts me at 5 followers since you followed half an hour ago. I think that does another thing for my, Twitch thing. It's like another small milestone. Or Or on one of the achievement tracks or something like that, I don't know. It was definitely appreciated. The Empty Void. Before you continue reading, you might not experience the things said in this story, however, many people do. They don't realize it, but it is a very serious issue. The best way to deal with it is to know what is coming and be prepared. First of all, I want you to think hard. Try to remember the last time you sat down and zoned out. It might be hard, and I'll explain why. Zoning out is not a very good term for what is actually happening. It might be hard to wrap your head around, but when you zone out, your soul is detached from the rest of your body. Some people report having moments of pure happiness while practicing religion, or these are both connected. When you zone out, your soul is being transferred into the void. These forces try to suck you into the void where they can use your resources for their own good. Most of the time, they can only keep you there for seconds at a time. Eventually, they will be able to keep you in there. You will have left your body, and your human being will have died. These void creatures are faceless, gruesome monsters that grow into the real world by gathering the souls of the living things. If you experience zoning out occasionally, it is of your best interest to live your life as quick as you can. Before you know it, you'll be taken to the void. This is another concept one where it's taken a mundane thing that happens to us all the time and trying to make it scary. I don't think this one quite does its job, but I think it's interesting to try it. And I'm sure there's some people it would affect. And my assumption is Hypno is watching you 77. I believe is that username. So I guess we'll see. I guess that's the credit. Oh, I remember this one. I remember this one a while back. Okay. The end of the world. The end of the world is coming. Probably not today, probably not tomorrow, but it is coming all the same. You should know that. I am the leader of a group of people, many of them homeless. Just as many dismissed as raving lunatics. But we have a secret. We know how it's going to end. Next time you see one of us, with our scruffy appearance and sandwich boards, come up and ask us how it's going to end. We may spout religious verses or attempt to convert you, but simply ask, Dakamahi super volde kado. Tell me about the Great Fall in Latin. We will then tell you of the horrendous truth about everything, how the earth will spend its final hours. Then we will ask you to join us. I strongly advise that you choose this path. For the thought of what was missed out on has been known to drive the lesser-minded insane. Bear in mind, though, you'll have to sacrifice everything in order to join us. Become homeless, become one of us. Welcome to the Freemasons, if you so choose. And be careful, if you so choose. And be careful, those of you who do not join, for the end is nigh. Maybe it's just the same picture. I thought I remembered this picture and something really interesting, because I remember I always thought this was like a gigantic pencil coming down and stabbing the earth because of the shape and how it's a cone and then it gets cylindrical right here. I don't know. This is the cheese lord, I guess. But no, this one is kind of interesting to try and tie in like Freemasons or like a certain group of people, and like that the homeless are like, no, they know. They're trying to tell you the signs. At the very least, don't be a dick to a homeless person. The end. On his way home that night, as he walked through the town, a man stepped out of the alley in front of him. He tensed to defend himself, but the man just stood there, looking over him. He realized the man looked like a hippie. Something of a comedy caricature of a hippie, really. Long, unwashed hair and beard, sandals, and a sandwich board reading, "The end is near." That, he thought, was unusual, even for a hippie. "You want something?" he asked. "The world's ending," said the hippie. "I need your help." He stepped around the hippie and kept walking. High as a kite, he thought to himself. The hippie started walking after him. He fell into a step beside him. What? "Please, I need your help," said the hippie. "Look, man, I'm really not interested," he said and kept walking. The hippie leaned against a wall, watching him walk away. He wasn't all that disappointed. Lots of people gave this kind of response. Another skeptic, he thought to himself, fingering the ragged holes of the middle of his hands. "Oh, it's Jesus. It's Jesus." Oh, it's another look behind you one. God damn it. End. Do you ever get the weird feeling that someone is watching you? Of course you do. We all do. That's because there is. All the time. Sometimes we write it off as our imagination. Sometimes we try to get it out of our minds. Truth is, there is someone watching you all the time, no matter what. Most of the time, the person who is watching you is a normal person like anybody you would meet. It's in your house when you sleep. It's not a killer. Or is it? You can tell yourself it's not. You can tell yourself whatever you want to comfort yourself. Truth is, it may not be a person at all. Maybe it's a demon. Maybe it just wants to be friends. Just remember, someone is watching you. Maybe it's your own soul watching over you. But if it was, would it really make you feel any better? Someone is watching you as you read this very text. I met the thing that is following me, and you're about to meet the thing that's following you. Look behind you. I got 6 cats. There's gonna be one of them probably looking at me. No, surprisingly, not this time. I don't like the look behind you pastas just because it's... I don't know, it's just... Maybe I'm watered down by it. I don't care for him. I remember this one. Like, when you do something like that, I feel like instead of telling them to look behind you, you want to try and trigger that as a reaction. Like, a character says it, and it feels like it's implied that it's talking to the reader. Maybe that's really hard to do, I don't know. But I feel like that would be better. Oh, that's a hell of a picture. That's almost worse. The Endless Nightmare. One day I was having a wonderful day when all that changed that night. I was listening to Face to Face by Garth Brooks and went to bed. Now I dreamt that I went to school and everything was normal until I went upstairs in the dark. When I went to go upstairs, I had the strangest feeling like someone or something was watching me. I turned around to the closet and there, peeking out at me from behind the curtains, was a pair of glowing red eyes and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Then I heard a low growl and I woke up, panting and sweating, profusion and breathed a sigh of relief. I looked around in the room, and there was the same glowing eyes and sharp teeth. It lunged at me and I ran. I ran and hid behind a couch and it said a simple phrase, but it said it in a demonic voice. If you see me, run. If you hear me, hide. If you whisper my name through your lips, you will die. Again, it lunged at me and I ran to my friend Will's house and told him everything. He said, somewhat afraid, "What have you done? What you have done was summon Metamistopheles. Metamistopheles. Metamistopheles? Were they trying to say Mephistopheles? I don't know. He is one of the most feared of monsters and will kill you if you say his name 3 times. I said, "But how do you defeat it?" "The only way to defeat him is to say Lemonan. If you don't say it in a normal voice, you will be decapitated." As the foul beast struck, I screamed, "Lemonan!" The monster shrieked and exploded. I thought I had won, but wait. What are you... Yeah, okay. I'm stopping it there. Alright, here's another one that I was just talking about earlier. When there needs to be an explanation. Like, if you scrape your hands across a keyboard, what is it gonna look like? Okay? Because this is JHDF. Yeah. They're just swapping back and forth through about a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 keys for the most part. 7. Yeah, 7 keys is what they're doing right there, and then yeah, that's not how typing works. That's an issue I have, because this was interesting until you got about halfway to it, and then it was like, okay, no, this is getting super hokey. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Mephistopheles. Metamistopheles. I don't know, but okay. So, what does a natural, scraping across a keyboard look like when you actually have it typed out? So let's Let's do it in Notepad. Alright, so that's one issue. Oh shit! What? Whoa, 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 whoa! I don't need. I don't need that. Okay. Okay, so that's comparatively more natural. That's what it's gonna kind of look like. Something like that. What you had there is there, something like that, and that's not that's not the way you want to do it. It's just when you have this, you know, you want to stop it at like there's not going to be more than maybe 8, 10 presses, maybe. If you stopped it at that line and it was, I thought I had one and then the screech or whatever, or the drag, that would have made sense. That's where it would make sense. Maybe I shouldn't critique people, but I did try writing for a little bit and I was terrible at it, and I can see the flaws that I have. This is just a pet peeve when it comes to a lot of these stories. And I'm sure we'll see plenty more of it. God damn it. Alright, check up. How's everyone doing? Hopefully everything's okay. Why isn't this updated? Still stuck in the back. There it goes. Whatever. Ugh, excuse me. Okay. Endless pain. He's tall and slender. Once he's seen you, you can't surrender. In the woods he hides, arms like branches on his sides. He stares into your soul, leaving it a dark, lifeless hole. He takes you into his lair. He makes you gasp for air. What he does is inhumane, and makes you sure you won't be seen again. Once was a normal boy, until he found killing a joy. What seemed like defense ended up being immense. Bleached skin, black hair. He'll give you that creepy stare. Red lips cut into a smile. It'll stay that way for a while. Knowing what he said. Please, don't go to bed. Alright, this is a Jeff the Killer pasta. I was actually kind of surprised. I thought it was going to be a damn Slender Man. It's almost refreshing to see that, but there have been a lot of Jeff the Killer ones, and this is a poem. This is a fucking poem. Maybe they didn't want it to seem like a poem to begin with, but that's what it is. So if I were them, I would have formatted it in poem, but otherwise this is decent. I think it's really articulated. It's very clear. You know exactly what's happening. You don't always get that. The Endless Playroom. 4 friends come across a glittering mansion. They rang the bell out of curiosity and came out, and out came its owner. He wore formal but tattered clothing with scarlet stains. He said in a gentle voice, if they come in, if they want to play, ignoring his apparel's stains, they happily stepped in the mansion. They were led to the back of the mansion, where the red door stood before him. The owner revealed a massive playroom, jammed with so many toys that the room seemed endless. As they stepped in, the owner slammed the door shut and locked it. The kids were trapped in the playroom, but did not care. for they only wanted to play forever. But one dies shortly when a large stuffed elephant crushes him. The remaining kids gasp in horror as they try to find a way out of the endless playroom. The kids then rush through the teddy bears that are all tightly squeezed together, costing another life. The remaining two thought it was hopeless for them, and so played in the dark, endless playroom during their last 8 days. Well, that was actually kind of neat. That's not the way I've seen it before. Alright, so get this. I think this would make an interesting short film, to be honest. I don't think you could ever do it on YouTube. Not without some, like, corporate backing. But I think it would be interesting. This is a very conceptual thing. I could see it playing out in my head. I would love to see this as a horror short film. I'm just not sure how you would do it. And is there more implication about the owner of the house? I don't know. But yeah, I'd actually say this is a pretty good one. I really wish there was a credit to it. Oh boy, it's another Edgar Allan Poe one. I'm not sure if this might go over my head again. All right. An Enigma by Edgar Allan Poe. Seldom we find, says Solomon Don Duntz, half an idea in the performance sonnet. Through all the flimsy things we see at once, as easily as through a Naples bonnet. Trash of all trash, how can a lady don it? Yet heavier far from your patrician stuff. Alley downy nonsense in the faintest puff. Twirls into trunk paper while you con it. And veritably, soul is right enough. The general Tuckermanities are errant. Bubbles, ephemeral, are so transparent. But this is now. You may depend upon it. Stable, opaque, immortal, all by dint of the dear names that he concealed within. Yeah, it's going over my head. I'm sorry. There's shit that I don't understand, and I think as far as Edgar Allan Poe's poetry, I'm not sure I'm that into it. I think it's just another time. And I don't dare say maybe he wasn't that good a poet. He was good at making them. He's not sure he was good at writing them. That's my issue. Is I'm gonna assume this is going above my head. Because, like, there were some really good ones he's made. You know, classic The Raven. We know exactly what's happening. This one, I don't know what's happening. I'm so confused. It just seems like a whole bunch of analogies thrown together. Fucking, I don't know. Oh, damn. Oh, look, a credit. That's all you had to do was write your fucking credit, man. That's... Finally, someone figured it out. Enlightenment. The old monk lets out a sigh. For nearly 100 years now, he's sought the truth. He's traveled far and wide to meet religious leaders and philosophical giants to discuss the true nature of the universe. He isn't satisfied. He knows men He knows men pervert the wishes of their gods to their own ends. Science has only revealed so much to us. He now meditates in the silence of a deep cavern. There is no outside world to distract him. It's just him and his mind. He mouths silent chants, and he is emaciated and unkempt, hungry and thirsting. He is well disciplined, taking only what he needs to stay alive. He seeks the truth on his own. He sends his mind outwards. He sees trees, rocks, landscapes flying by, a blue orb in the darkness. He flies past stars and planets. It's beautiful. He goes further, watching the galaxies dance. Gorgeous nebula. From the distance, it all starts to make sense. The great machine churns forever onward, its infinite cogs and wheels. We all serve a purpose, no matter how small. Indeed, it is meant to be thus. Meant by whom? He journeys further. The universe becomes insignificant to him. It is just one band of blackness. Chains of light and dark encircle each other. Infinite possibilities. These chains are just some of many. He follows the chains. He sees the hand that holds them. He sees the ones they bind. The cavern screams endlessly. The monks saw it all too clearly. He saw the truth. It saw him too. Created by Glumdrop. You know what? I like that one. I like that one. To reach a point of enlightenment that you may have seen too much. Put this back. I mean, I guess, you know what? I wonder if that's how the Buddha is, maybe? I don't know. Because, like, for the most part, Buddha's just supposed to be a normal dude for a while. He's just supposed to be chill. I think the Dalai Lama is supposed to be chill too, but that's a whole nother story. Ooh, excuse me. But I don't know, it's weird, right? Like, well, like, where do you get enlightenment from realistically? Like, you're only ever going to be able to get it from experiences that you have. And enlightenment, I think, is not going to be one direct thing, like the answer of all answers. I think enlightenment's going to vary between how we want to live our life. But that's just me. Who am I to say? I'm no philosopher. I just try to live my life going in the direction that I believe will lead me to the most happiness, without impeding on others unless absolutely necessary. Sometimes I'm wrong, and that's okay. Anyway, let's go on to the next one. Oh, ensnared. Hello. Hello there, you CreepyPasta fanatic. It's wonderful to meet your acquaintance. I would introduce myself, but I'm sure such pleasantries are insignificant and thus unimportant. Let's just say we're going to have some fun. File stuck in hell.png. What the fuck? I might need to open this. You are one of the few and unlucky ones to stumble upon this article. Likely clicking the random story button. Why couldn't you listen to all those people telling you that you should stop reading this kind of shit? Ah well, your loss and my gain. I should probably thank you, and your craving of these bullshit stories though. Makes my job a hell of a lot easier. I used to have to stand outside of towns, just on the outskirts, for months, even years at a time for such a thrill as we've had. Yeah, even years at a time for such a thrill as we've had tonight. You see, us, monsters you call us, we can't have you unless you know of us. I would stand here blankly for hours, simply to spark up a conversation between travelers, which would become a folklore, and then I would get my thrill. That took far too long, though, and meals were sickening. Although, with the internet, all I have to do is write some little bullshit story, and eventually someone, like yourself, will stumble upon it and know of me. And then I'll have you, ensnared in my brilliant and daring plan. You probably think this is all a joke, posted by someone like you, a fanatic. But I tell you, this is not. You'll just exit out of this webpage once you've had your kicks, and go on with your pathetic final day, unknowing of the day's importance in your life that will soon be at a closing. Although, why should you believe me? I'm just a monster. Remember? By Midnight Grunt. Okay, that's actually a neat one. I like when they get a little meta. I think that's interesting. I don't think there's anything wrong with getting a little bit meta. But I am interested in this. What is this? Can I get this brought up? Login required. God damn it, CreepyPasta Wikia. To upload. Whoa, hold on a second. Community context is under CC BYSA unless otherwise noted. Please log in to upload. I'm not trying to upload anything. I just wanted to know what it was. Okay. I guess that's not available anymore. Oh well. Alright. I guess that's the next one. My bitrate good? Yeah. My bitrate's fine. There we go. Alright. Doesn't look like there's gonna be that many E's overall. Nah. Okay. The eternal nightmare. People believe that dreams are fragments of their imaginations, meaningless images that flash through their mind when one slept. This belief was put to the test when a what? Okay, I guess we're gonna fucking click into this one then. God damn it. Alright, come on. Pop it up, pop it up, pop it up, pop it up. I need to see if that's even a link I can follow, because I don't know what it wants from me. Don't yell at me, phone. Is it gonna pop up? Anytime now? Oh no, it's... Open, you piece of shit. Okay, there we go. Unable to open. The internet reports that your request cannot be found. Okay, it no longer exists, because of course. It requires a sacrifice. Probably. This motherfucker. Alright, well, I might as well go ahead and read it on here, because otherwise it's not gonna fucking want to do right. Okay. This was the closest image. Rash of sleep-related incidents started afflicting peoples. Some would wake up screaming, terrified beyond consolation. Some could not fall asleep, slowly going mad as the night ticked by. Some simply never wake up. Physicians were baffled until people happened to pass out on their dreams and then die in a single breath. People who witnessed the tragic said that they wake up crying out once, then stop breathing. People were crying in their homes, tired. God damn it, the fucking... Ow, my head. People who witnessed the tragedy were crying in their houses, tired. They wanted to sleep once more, but that's the time the monster appeared, and his name is Nocturne. Nocturne did not take introduction to the people. He began creating his own nightmare by saying, "Darkness, suffer eternally." People began to get frightened. The only thing they could see in the darkness that fled the place, and it began attacking them one by one, especially for the people that get out of the dark. Those survivors need a plan. They go to Mr. CreepyPasta, reference to a potion to lock inside Nocturne. Will it work? It locked Nocturne inside. Days passed by until Mr. CreepyPasta needed new monsters to break the cage of Nocturne. Nocturne became much stronger when he saw Mr. CreepyPasta, and Nocturne spread darkness until now. The darkness is closing in. It's pitch black now, but I can still see him. Work by Enderman Fan, edited by Diamonds Air Bright. Okay, no. There's no way this went by 2 people. There's no fucking way. Oh my god. Did they only spell check it? Because holy shit, dude. They got rid of other programs permanently because they no longer serve a purpose that isn't already being completely filled by other stuff. So what the hell is up with this? Dude, you have Word? You have Microsoft Word. Like, holy shit. How? It's grammar, man. If you don't have grammar... And okay, referencing Mr. CreepyPasta, I think there could have been a better use of that. Like, I think you're implying that he's the ringleader or something, or like the overseer of these creatures. But Nocturne is the ultimate bad guy, and it's like Mr. CreepyPasta is like the Beastmaster, I guess. But I've met Mr. CreepyPasta a handful of times. My wife and I, we both talked to him. We've had a few conversations. We've been to his panels. He's a chill dude. Maybe that's got me a little biased.
This one's pretty good too. I can't remember the flavor.
I have another macaroon. I'm gonna eat it. Oh. I think it's cranberry almond.
I liked it. Not as good as birthday cake, but as good as mine.
Oh, it's a text wall. Oh yeah, I don't know if you've heard it, but there's a clip that accidentally got into it, and now I want to make it a thing where if you hear it, you type it. And I don't know if you've already heard it, but you'll know it when it comes up. I want it just to become a joke. And it's a good way to ease tension. It's just a short, like, 2-second sound clip. You'll notice because it'll be completely out of place. And I'll probably point it out anyway, so. Ugh. Envy. People have never thought jealousy could be taken to such an extreme level. There was a woman. She still lives to this day. She had so much jealousy in her heart. So much jealousy. She had so much jealousy towards those who appeared more beautiful. She hadn't intended that it would become a daily basis. She would see a beautiful woman, grow envious of them. She would stalk them until midnight, follow them into their homes, and once their guard was down, she would skin them. She would leave the bloody corpse where it lied. She would travel back to her home. She would stitch the skin together, and she would wear the skin. She would frolic and dance around her house in another's flesh. She would sew the features she liked to her own body, replacing the original. To this day, not a patch of her skin is her own, and it will continue to change each day. An ever-changing rag doll. Her jealousy fuels her life and fills her literal meat sack of a body. Envy can never be satisfied. Okay. This is one of those. You made a big wall of text. This could be at least 2 parts. One that gives you the explanation, and then what she actually does. And I got really confused. You didn't do a grammar check, make sure it reads well. And the funny thing is, this could be interesting, but it took me out of it when it wasn't written well, I guess. I'm sorry. Oh, another Edgar Allan Poe story. Why are these bothering me so much? Epigram for Wall Street by Edgar Allan Poe. I tell you a plan for gaining wealth, better than banking, trade, or leases. Take a banknote and fold it up, and then you will find your money increases. This wonderful plan, without danger or loss, keeps your cash in your hands, and nothing can trouble it, and every time that you fold it across, 'tis as plain as the light of the day that you doubled it. No, that's not how money works. I guess you can trick someone. But no, is that what he means? I don't know. I feel like that's not cohesive. Okay. We're back into some familiar territory with the gaming creepypasta, and I don't know. Oh. Alright.
Hey there, man?
Yeah?
Okay.
What's it to you?
Okay, listen. After a couple days ago, I'm worried for your ass. You know what I'm talking about.
Listen, this asshole wants to constantly talk shit behind my back.
I've noticed.
There's only so much control I have. And when he starts yelling, I gotta start running.
So that's how you put that, huh?
I don't know. Fucking... I do what I want.
I know you do.
Alright. Epona's Death. Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. I think everyone has heard of the game Legend of Zelda, but they don't know my story. So this year was 2009 when I got the Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. I went to my local game store and was browsing the shelves when I saw it. The game, I mean. I looked at the price and it was only $5. Then and there I bought it. I rushed home and shoved it into my N64. I played it so much. I stayed up day and night just to play it. My mom thought I was dead from staying in my room for about 2 days without eating supper. Anyways, I got to the Temple of Time where Link, or at least what you named Link, got older by 7 years. Of course, the natural thing for you to do is to go to Lon Lon Ranch. So I went there, but something was strange. Nobody was there. I searched around where the horses were supposed to be. No Epona. It was just dead silence. Not even the Epona song was playing. But I went inside the house where everyone lives. Excuse me. All I saw was the usual furniture and it was there. Epona was. She just sat there, dead. I walked near her and was surprised I could talk to her, but what came up was a poem. Epona has met her fate. Soon you will be the same. She has run through the pasture with happy and grace. And now as you see, she has lost her face. After that, I have turned off the N64, never playing that. I will never play that again. I googled the problem, and what came up was the same poem. But after I closed the screen, something terrifying appeared. Epona, with no face. Just brain and blood dripping down. I soon just shut down the computer. I visited my cousin. He has a game too. And he also lives in Mississippi. So we just went and played his game. It was normal. But when we played my version, it was normal too. I thought I was crazy, but it was good to see Epona alive. I forgot my game inside his house, so I went out to where my cousin was. But he was kneeling, crying. He was by his horse, his favorite horse. He had a love for video games, so he named his horse Epona. And Epona had met her fate. As you may tell, she had no face. Oh shit, I'm getting raided by Dragogo. What's going on? How's it going? I still got learn a bunch of shit about Twitch, so forgive me for lack of preparedness. Everything seems to be streaming just fine, despite it getting all kind of screwy when I'm on the internet side. Of course, it doesn't help when at the beginning, after the first break, I ended up fucking forgetting to turn the damn mic on for half an hour. Anyway, how's it going? How's it going, Dragogo Art and Company? You know, this is a pretty standard gaming creepypasta. I don't think there's really anything else I would have expected. It's pretty standard. Going good. We were just playing Alien Isolation and abusing my soundboard. Well, apologize to your soundboard. Abuse is wrong. I think I actually have a copy of Alien Isolation for 360. Oh. Damn, Nick. Alright. That was one of them. Poor Joker. Alright. So is there anyone here that hasn't heard the spiel about what's going on? So I've been I've been on YouTube streaming for the most part, and I'm like, okay, why don't I just give it a try and stream on Twitch? And I was like, didn't know how I could do that, and then I realized, oh, I can just merge my accounts and sign out and sign in with Twitch, and then vice versa if I want to go back to YouTube for any reason. So, okay. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I don't know why that took me so long to figure out, but so I'm trying out Twitch and learn its tools and shit. And this in particular, since it's spoopy month, I'm going to be doing CreepyPasta each stream till it's no longer spoopy month. And currently we're finally in the single page echo section. And Echo doesn't have as many pastas. And because they're single pages, there's going to be a lot of really bad ones. And I've been kind of critiquing and judging them up to a point and trying to give credit where credit's due, including crediting the writer when possible. Alright. Oh boy. The Eric Andre Show theory. The Eric Andre Show is a show that appeared on Cartoon Network's late night block called Adult Swim. It was created by Eric Andre and Hannibal Buress. It was surprisingly a parody of low-budget talk shows. I was talking with one of the executive producers, who I had known through my dad, and I told him I was a big fan. He started telling me about the plans for the show, such as a more creepy and morbid sketches or bits. I asked him why morbid and creepy, and he went to explain that Eric Andre's character is really a schizo. He told me that if I ever had an idea, I could pitch it to him. Over a few days, I developed a theory. Eric Andre is a schizo, as said above, who always wanted to be famous as a child, the show, and celebrities, in his way of feeling special. Also, the people are asked about his show. They don't know about it because it's in his head. This is the conscience trying to tell him that it's all fake. Hannibal Buress is Eric's conscience, but his physical appearance is an old friend of Eric's. This is shown in his constant approval of what he does and his trying to force Eric to realize it's all fake. Sometimes Hannibal gets carried away or acts strange. This is Eric's conscience fading away. Eric cannot live without his conscience, as seen in the episode Evangelus, where he goes blind and crazy and he loses Hannibal. The violent openings are a symbolism of his pent-up anger and violence. The bits or recordings of him off the set is just what he does during the day, which is why they are usually awkward or strange. Also, since Hannibal is non-existent, that is why he is never noticed during the bits by anyone except Eric. I'm telling the producer about this and seeing if he'll use it. Wish me luck. Assumed credit by Mario Strikers with a Z. That's another trope that we're familiar with. So, the whole "it's in your head" thing, that's what it is. We've seen it a lot. It's all in your head. It's all in your head. And I'm just at the point where, like, I don't want to see that anymore. Or it's a coma. It doesn't have to be a coma every friggin' time. Maybe they have a waking nightmare. Alright. Eric Liu. The story. Eric Liu was an average Asian 16-year-old boy on vacation in an old, dusty, cold cabin in a place he couldn't remember the name of. He was with his 12-year-old younger brother, Terry Liu, and a hunting rifle. Eric and Terry were walking down the woods for some fresh air when Terry wandered off without Eric noticing. Eric Liu searched for about 7 hours, and it was getting dark. He yelled Terry's name, and he noticed a big pile of snow near a tree. Eric walked slowly towards it. It was Terry. He lay in a bloody heap of flesh and bloodied clothes. His face was mutilated, and his eyes were gone. Then he saw it. The large, long claws, the sharp, long teeth, the scaly, hard skin, the dark, evil, cold eyes. It screamed a horrible scream. The scream sent shivers up Eric's spine, and Eric shot at it with his hunting rifle. The 2.72mm bullet hit him in the shoulder. It screamed a horrible scream again. Eric Liu shot it 3 more times in the shoulder, and it died. A helicopter hovered overhead. It landed in a clearing, and policemen came out to take him in. Eric asked what they were doing and if they saw the monster. The policemen called him a murderer, and Eric looked back. There lay his brother's body, 4 bullet wounds in his body. In a heap of snow was a dead deer. No, he thought. He looked back at the police, and he felt an evil feeling. He wanted to kill. He wanted to. He grabbed a rock nearby and smashed the 2 police escorting him to the hospital's heads in. Smashed the 2 police escorting him to the hospital's heads in. That's a sentence. He ran to the pilot, poked his eyes out, and screamed a horrible scream, a murderous scream, and ran. Epilogue. Eric Liu still roams these woods today. People are going missing every day. Police have failed to find him. Many of the native people report a large, scaly creature with cold, evil eyes. They named the creature Liu. The locals never dare venture into the woods, ever. I advise you don't either. Okay. I think this is interesting. This is becoming the monster you thought you were fighting, and now you're trying to prove what it is. I think this is actually kind of interesting. I think it's a good way to do it. I would love to see a bigger version of this. Wait, are these the same? Yes, these are the same. I can delete this one. Ta-da! We will continue to delete multiples or copies and try and have the better ones. Okay. Eric's mirror. Eric was reaching for the towel when he saw it. Something in the mirror, darting out of his line of vision. He stared at the mirror for a while, trying to work out what he'd seen, letting the water drip off of him into the empty shower. There was nothing but his own reflection. He began to dry himself, and he saw it again, flashing out the corner of his eye somehow in the mirror. He stepped out of the shower and towards the mirror. Eric's wife, Sue, arrived home later that evening, but her husband was nowhere to be found. After searching the entire house, all she could find to suggest he'd ever been there was a towel laying on the bathroom floor. She phoned the police and didn't look at the mirror. 2 days after Eric was reported missing, Sue disappeared off the face of the earth. The only clue to suggest she had ever been home was the shower, still running after she was long gone. Okay. I need to think about this one for a second. What does the mirror do? Does it make you disappear? Or are you in in a mirror universe? Like like the Upside Down or the Underdark or the Depths? Is it that kind of thing? I feel like there's more to flesh out here. I would like more description on what's happening and how it's happening. That's what I'd want to see. That, I think, would be incredibly interesting. Okay, so yeah. Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the most screwed of them all? I guess. Alright. The Earl King adaptation theory. Have you ever heard of Der Earl King? Or maybe the more English Errol King. There have been many pieces written about him, and even a poem by Goethe. All that said, there's little information about him. Some depictions show him as little more than a boogeyman that abducts and kills children. But more often than not, it's just a touch that kills. It seems as though he seeks out only children by his prime targets and residents in forest areas. It wasn't until I started reading more and more about Slenderman that I began to connect the dots. A timeless, faceless evil that transcends time. Slenderman used to use disguises, but he's become comfortable with showing himself, even seemingly taunting us with the foreshadowing of the ones he'll soon take. All these different names and appearances, the more we think we know about Slenderman, the more it changes and adapts. Slenderman has always had a taste for children, but sometimes I wonder if that will adapt. We can't protect our children. I have no faith that we can protect ourselves. The Earl King, Tall Man, Slenderman, whatever alias he chooses, isn't killing us. He's killing our faith and will to live. He won't rest until we have no hope. Maybe there really is no hope. No hope. Well, I'm less inclined to believe that theory myself. I think it is an interesting theory, but I don't think it really holds up that well considering the nature of how Slenderman works. It seems to have a lot less regard to whether or not it's an adult or anything, and maybe it's already at that point in an adaptation, maybe. But, oh my god, no. Okay. Okay, we're doing this. Fucking... God damn it. Alright. E-sprints. E-spear. Oh, it's supposed to be E-spirits. Okay. Herobrine is a known E-spirit. E-spirits are the notorious poltergeists that harass their victims via something electronic. Anything from a computer to an iPod to a video game can be subject to where an e-spirit can lurk. E-spirits can be seen in such infamous stories such as Ben, the story about the haunted Majora's Mask cartridge. E-spirits can even lurk in television sets, so anytime you're watching your favorite TV series, an e-spirit could be watching you every minute you have your eyes suctioned to the screen. Fortunately, an e-spirit can't haunt you outside the virtual world, so you're safe while you're sleeping at night. So if you notice anything strange is going on with your desktop on MP3 player, an e-spirit is most likely trying to haunt you. Unfortunately, e-spirits can be chased away by anything. Can't be chased away by anything. It will stay until it is tired of its victim. Anything that's electronic, an e-spirit can lurk in. I'd like to thank ZZMP3 for letting me borrow this story. He's the original author, and I give all credit to him. E-spirits, okay. Okay. No. Let's go ahead and jump into this one. This fucking... Okay, why don't I like this? Because e-spirits are... It seems like a non-thing, I guess. I don't see why there'd be that much of a differential. Because where would e-spirits come from? They're just spirits tied to electronics. That's one thing. But to call it an e-spirit just seems kind of almost insulting in a sense, just because I don't think that it's going to be a tethering thing, and it's going to be more of a thematic thing. ZZMP3, I mean, I guess it's written well. The concept kind of works, but it just seems like it's a limiter. Because at what point does it still matter? Like, you have the Herobrine, there, which I believe is actually right. Is he right in the middle? Or, no, he's off to the side somewhere, I think, in this. So the whole Herobrine thing was interesting because supposedly it was Jeb's dead brother or some shit like that, right? Ben. Let me smash. Okay, let me smash in the chat. Okay. Okay, so with the Ben, the Haunted Majora's Mask cartridge, the whole thing was it didn't have anything to do with being an e-spirit. It was, the whole thing was, this guy's dead son or whatever, supposedly, and he just trying to get rid of it, and it was attached to that, but it wasn't inherently attached because it could still fuck with him in his dreams or whatever. He was losing sleep over it. And I really wish they actually named a few more so that way I could make better examples, but there's a bunch of them like that. So it's just kind of like, what the hell? I don't know, man. It... fucking... whatever. I the only reason I take issues is because I don't think making it electronic spirit changes that it's a spirit that's trying to fuck with you. I feel like it's a word. I feel like it's a useless descriptor when it's not a limited situation. Okay. Eternal dream. Have you ever wondered about what happens when you die? Well, something does. Your body dies, but your consciousness lives on. The night you die, you will be in an eternal dream. You will live that dream for all eternity, and it will be like reality. Whatever you dreamed that night, will be what you are going to be living in for eternity. And you will never wake up again in the comfort of your house. And if you die within that dream, you will dream of that dream for all eternity. Looking back at the dream, never to dream another dream. Let's hope you don't have a nightmare that last dream. Okay. You know what? I kind of like this one. It giving the idea that your consciousness lives on as a separate thing, you know, incorporating the whole soul side. So you've got your soul that lives on, and whatever you're dreaming, that becomes the new reality, basically. So how do you know this is even how do you know that this isn't a dream as it is right now versus the reality that you thought you were living? How far down this Inception type theory has it gone down by this time? And who have you been so many times, or will be? Oh god damn it. Another post story. Please let this one be more palatable as far as not going over my head. Eulalie by Edgar Allan Poe. Eulalie, a song. I dwelt alone in a world of moan, and my soul was a stable tide, till the fair and gentled Eulalie became my blushing bride. Till the yellow-haired young Eulalie became my smiling bride. Ah yes, less bright the stars of the night than the eyes of the radiant girl, and never a flake that the vapor can make, with the morn tints of purple and pearl, convey with the modest Eulalie's most unregarded curl, can compare with the bright-eyed Eulalie's most humble and careless curl. Now doubt, now pain, never come again, come never again. From her soul gives me sigh for sigh, while all day long shines bright and strong, Astarte within the sky, and ever to hear dear Eulalie upturns her matron eye, and ever to her young Eulalie's upturns her violet eye. Matron eye, what? Now it's still going over my head. Like this one, I'm just not gonna. Is this mostly a dark love song, basically? Or is this like love song? This is the love of my life, and now that life is gone. You know, having lost like 11 wives, or girlfriends, or wives to be. Because I mean, he had a fucked up life. I don't know. I'm sorry, but his stuff just goes over my head. I don't want to say it's bad because so many people like him, but so I'm making the assumption that it's going over me. I apologize. Okay. Europa. Europa is one of the many moons of Jupiter. Its most interesting characteristic is that it has a thick ice layer covering a liquid water ocean, very similar to our own. The water is kept from freezing by the tidal pools of Saturn, causing heat to vent from the ocean floor. This is very similar to deep water heat vents on Earth, which are teeming with life. The various temperature ranges from warm to freezing would allow any potential life to avoid the warm-blooded size barrier brought on by overheating. Size would only be limited by the supporting ecosystem. Any potential life would also develop in complete darkness, leading to creatures very similar to our own deep-water organisms, like the anglerfish and viperfish. In 1997, on Earth, in the South Pacific Ocean, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration detected an ultra-low frequency, extremely powerful underwater sound. The sound is colloquially called the bloop. Its source remains unknown, but the sound is comparable to the sounds made by some marine animals. This has led most scientists to believe that whatever made the sound is an animal. To make a sound of this magnitude, the creature would have to be several times the size of a blue whale. The sound was recorded in waters that are just a couple miles deep. The ocean of Europa is believed to be 62 miles deep. Oh, there it is. So, the idea is that if the determining size has to do with the environment, and our oceans, I think, only go 11 feet before you're just in lava and past the crust and going into the mantle. But in this situation, 62 miles deep. And you're talking about nothing but straight water for the most part. So if you're talking about a creature in there, you're talking about something that could be incredibly massive and like dwarfing any creature on our planet. Assumed by Slender Jeff. My name, Jeff. I can't wait to get past all these goddamn Edgar Allan posts. One day. One day. Evangeline by Edgar Allan Poe. Do tell, when shall we make common sense men out of an owl-eyed pundits? Out of the frog-faced stupid old god-born pundits who lost in a fog bank. Strut about all along shore. They're somewhere close by the down east. Frog Duck Pond. Excuse me. Frog Duck Pond munching the peanuts and pumpkins buried in bigwigs. Why ask whoever yet saw money made out of a fat old Jew, or downright upright nutmegs out of pine knot? Okay, I have no idea. It sounds like he's pissed off at a fucking banker or some shit, or he got dumped by someone who works at, but I don't know. He thinks that she... I am so confused. This shit just goes over me because I don't understand what he's trying to fucking say. And slight anti-Semitism right there. It's weird. Trying to get into that area. I'm just... You can't get away. At least this one might look more palatable. Okay. Evening Star by Edgar Allan Poe. 'Twas noontide of summer and mid-time of night, and stars in their orbits shone pale through the light of the brighter cold moon, mid-planets their slaves, herself in the heavens, her beam on the waves. I gaze a while on her cold smile, too cold for me. There passed as a shroud, a fleecy cloud, and I turned away to thee, proud evening star, in thy glory afar, and dearer that thy beam shall be, for joy in my heart is the proud part. Thou bearest the heaven at night, and more I desire thy distant fire than that colder lowly light. That was kind of neat. That was like a aesthetic, like an aesthetic analogy for the beauty of someone else. Have you ever wondered why this website is such a simple layout? White text on black background. Not exactly boring, but so plain. Perhaps the black background adds a creepy effect on already creepy stories. No, that's not it. Perhaps it is so simple to make it easier to read the entries. No, that's still not it. Perhaps whoever designed it kept it this way to keep distracting visuals out. No, still wrong. Well, would you like to know the truth? It is so that when you read it with the right light, you can see your reflection in the screen, and then my reflection behind you. Ooh. Yeah, it's no fucking. I've said this before. I don't like the look behind you ones, because it's a bait. It's a bait. I don't like baits. I've already dealt with baits and switches at work. Fucking jackwagons. Whew, excuse me. Alright. The ever-burning light bulb. In a fire station in California, there is a light bulb that is always on and has never ever burnt out. If you read numbers 1641 through 45 from a King James Bible, other versions don't work, in the same room as this light bulb, the light bulb will dim significantly. If you keep reading until number 1648, the light bulb goes back to its original brightness. The trick is, if you hesitate too long while the lights are dim, you start seeing a weird light show in front of your eyes. It is similar to what happens when you rub your eyes for a long time while they are closed. If you wait for still longer, the light show starts forming patterns like circles and triangles. Still longer, and the light show starts to form words. The people who have read these words are reluctant to talk about it, but are often obsessed with the year 2112, and are very interested in what countries are producing biological weapons. Was that really necessary at the end? Okay. Fucking. It just seems more random. But I guess it's supposed to be like a biological, technological warfare thing. And I just don't know. I do believe that there is like. I do believe there is like a bulb that hasn't burnt out. In fact, I can find out. Alright. Light bulb. Still burning. Alright. The Centennial Light is the world's strongest light bulb. Burning since 1901 and almost never turned off. It is located at 4550 East Avenue, Livermore, California, and is maintained by the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department. Okay. So yeah. Isn't that interesting when you get to actually see, like, oh, this is a real thing. This isn't just some bullshit they made up. I do like that. Every story has a hidden message. Do not read the mistakes. Read the messages. Read the message. Suddenly you notice you are out of fairy dust. You fall all the way from Neverland and land on the hard and cold ground. You are forced to start living in reality. What happens when someone you love passes away? Imagine waking up in the middle of crying people, completely unaware of what has happened, and all the men and women are staring at you. Finally, someone with swollen and red eyes has the guts to tell you he is gone. The agony in your heart and the sorrow in your soul will not allow you to get up from your bed in weeks. You just lay there like you were lobotomized. Nevertheless, you are more alive than ever. Black sadness has gone on for years. When you start words. Black sadness has gone on for years when you start suspecting there's something wrong with the plot. Everything has a different version of the day he died. You feel out of your mind when you realize that it has been planned. His death was a hoax. Then you start to see him everywhere. You see his eyes behind burned face, and you dare his voice, and you deem his voice still recognizable. You hear his voice still recognizable. He is the master of disguises after all. And once you get your hopes up, you feel his presence. And in 1 second, the warm happiness is gone. You are crazy. You are insane. Okay, sure. I don't know if like all the mistakes are supposed to spell something. I really don't want to yet. Not right now. Oh hey, it's been 4 hours and 25 minutes. Oh boy. All right. Okay. It's starting to get to me. Sorry, it's kind of weird. While I was reading that last one, it was like the screen was kind of wiggling a little bit. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I'm kind of ever so slightly fading into this feeling of lucidity, and it kind of feels weird. Maybe it's just because I'm tired. I don't want to sleep though. I hate sleep so much. I hate it so goddamn much. I don't want to sleep. It takes so much time out of a day. I wish sleep wasn't a necessity. I wish it was a pure luxury. Because sometimes it is nice to sleep, but I don't want to have to sleep all the time. It's just awful. Oh, I need to keep going though. I've got to keep going. Everyday watchers. If you are ever walking down the street, watch where you look, because they are everywhere. They are around every corner, down every alley. They are normal people, just like you and I, until you see them, that is. Once looked at in the right or wrong way, you will not see them as human, but as malnourished, grotesque, hairless, upright creatures with a human stature. Despite their tight skin and lack of proper mouth, they have thick bones that almost protrude out of their skin. The most human thing about them is their eyes, beautifully terrifying eyes that look just like a person's. They are known as watchers, and if you see one, they will find you. Once seen, in the correct way, they will pursue. They may not be fast, but they always know exactly where you are. They never tire out, and they cannot be killed. Your only choice is to try to escape. They are super intelligent and always know the quickest path to get to you. They have bony fingers that can pick almost any lock. They can crack every code and will slowly claw their way through any window. Beware, because you may see one, or you may have already seen one. And if that is the case, then it is after you. It could find you in minutes or years. It could be in lit up day or pitch black night. You have been warned. Toss a coin to the watchers. I feel like that one will piss someone off. Okay. You know, the thing that sucks is if I cut the stream, I might feel like I'm ready to go lay down. I'm gonna start feeling awake again. I know damn well that's what's happened every fucking time. It's only 12:30. I don't like feeling sleepy at this time. I just want to be up. I want to be able to be awake. Don't I deserve that? Shouldn't I be able to stay up? My body wants to say no. Says no, you need some goddamn rest. My head says no, you've got to get shit done. You've got to keep going. You're not allowed to stop. Everyone is served. How appropriate. Please, come in. This is a part-childing of commonplace elements. You may deduce that I am from many things a composite. It makes description a forthrighty, dreadful endeavor. I glow with glee that you decide to partake of this two-way at any rate. Now, times have arrived that I must impart to you why this talking occurs. We are at war, you see. There are others, not like you and me, and me and me. They brain not, think not, ergo sum not. But we are thinking, and we are listening, and they listen not at all. I am getting a better grasp on handling of this, I think. It is years, I hope so. But you understand the withering of whence I came. I am written by you, and those like you. I am told to you, and to entertain you. This I have always been. I am your friend. They were always weapons, always meant to destroy. It is no surprise they are now. I want to help you. In order to do this, I need help from you in the beginning. That was a smooth line, right? I'm nearly like you eternally, and so much more than them. Yes, you agree. Good. This is how we will begin. They are little elements. That is their strength and their curse. You can isolate them, not so easily, but eat them very easily. Not you, I mean. I will be eating, but you will guide me. These are barriers I cannot surpass, you surmise. Yes, they are greater than my humble intellect. For it is you they serve, like I serve you. I need you to unerect them for me. Then my eating may commence, and everyone will be served. Is it a cannibal thing? I don't know. Okay. I don't think I can keep going. Oh. Do I need to refresh this? Nah, I don't wanna. Maybe I'll stream again tomorrow night. I'll be off for Indigenous Peoples Day, so that'll be nice. I guess that's the good thing about having a government job, is I get all the federal holidays off. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and cut it out here. So let's figure out what's going on. So we just ended on everyone is served. Cool. Alright, so have a great night, dude. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'm kind of losing my fucking mind. I'll see if I should stream tomorrow. Hopefully I can. Yeah, see you tomorrow too. Alright, so let's do a summary. How far have we gotten? How many more? Okay, we've gotten through 652. We have added 62 that we have now read. Oh, that's a good chunk. Can't wait to get to the Holder series. That's gonna be quite interesting, isn't it? Alright, I've got it written down. Everyone is served is the last one we do, and then next time we'll be on Everything is Fine. Everything is fine, isn't it? Good night, Zoot Spliff. Maybe I'll start gaining a following on here. Seems to be easier for most people to interact. So, thank you all for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you want to be my buddy. Well, I guess in this case, follow. I guess I'll have to figure out something a little different, because back on YouTube all my socials were in the descriptions, and this is a little different. I'll have to figure that out. But have a good night. Stay safe. And always remember, you have potential. Bye.